The Chalna slave auction buzzes with anticipation as a human mercenary infiltrates the crowd. Paul Wells, posing as a wealthy buyer, scans the rows of captives. His gaze locks onto a stunningly beautiful blue-skinned alien with bioluminescent markings. Daphne, as he'll later learn her name, stands out among the other prisoners. Her ethereal beauty captivates him, but it's the defiant glint in her eyes that truly catches his attention. The auction house, a converted mining facility on a remote outpost in the Andromeda galaxy, reeks of fear and desperation. Reptilian Chalnith guards, known for their brutality and disregard for sentient rights, patrol the perimeter. Their scales glisten under the harsh lighting, claws tapping against their weapons. Paul's heart races as the bidding for Daphne begins. He knows he must act fast to save her from a fate worse than death. The auctioneer, a particularly nasty-looking Chalnith, starts the bidding at an exorbitant price. Paul raises his hand, outbidding the first few offers with ease. As the price climbs higher, Paul notices the suspicious glances from nearby Chalnith guards. His cover story as a wealthy buyer suddenly feels paper-thin. He pushes on, determined to win Daphne's freedom. With a final, staggering bid, Paul secures her purchase. The tension in the room thickens as Paul approaches to claim his property. Daphne's luminescent markings pulse with fear and uncertainty. Paul's mind races, formulating an escape plan. He knows they must leave the auction house without alerting the heavily armed Chalnith security forces. As he leads Daphne away, Paul becomes acutely aware of the larger implications of his rescue mission. The Chalnith slave trade has long hindered human expansion efforts in this sector of the galaxy. Disrupting it could provide a strategic advantage for humanity's position in interstellar politics. Paul's decision to save Daphne isn't just a personal moral choice. It's an act that could potentially shift the power dynamics between species. He realizes that his actions here today might alter the course of human-alien relations forever. With each step towards the exit, the weight of his decision bears down on him. The fate of this beautiful alien woman, the future of human expansion, and his own survival all hang in the balance. Paul tightens his grip on Daphne's arm, ready to fight their way out if necessary. The Chalnith guard's suspicious looks intensify. Paul feels their reptilian eyes boring into him, searching for any sign of deception. He maintains his composure, knowing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. As they near the door, Paul's hand inches towards his concealed weapon. The sounds of the ongoing auction fade into the background, replaced by the pounding of his own heart. He's prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure their escape, and strike a blow against the cruel alien slavers who dared to sell sentient beings into the sex trade. With freedom just steps away, Paul steels himself for the challenge ahead. He's not just saving one life today. He's taking a stand for humanity's place in the galaxy. The real fight is about to begin. As Paul tightens his grip on Daphne's arm, ready to fight their way out if necessary, he swiftly activates a small device concealed within his clothing. A faint hum emanates from the device, followed by a sudden burst of electromagnetic energy that ripples through the auction house. In an instant, the harsh lighting flickers and dies, plunging the entire facility into darkness. Chaos erupts as the security systems fail, leaving the Chalnith guards disoriented and the crowd in a panic frenzy. Paul seizes the opportunity, his enhanced night vision implants kicking in automatically. "Stay close," he whispers to Daphne, feeling her trembling hand in his. Without waiting for a response, he pulls her into motion, weaving through the confusion with practiced ease. The air fills with a cacophony of shouts, crashes, and the sound of reptilian claws scraping against metal as the Chalnith guards stumble in the darkness. Paul navigates the labyrinthine corridors of the converted mining facility, his mercenary training guiding him through the mayhem. Daphne's bioluminescent markings pulse faintly, casting an ethereal blue glow around them. Paul glances back, seeing the drive in her eyes despite the fear etched on her face. They dodge panicked aliens and other slaves who run blindly through the halls, their footsteps echoing off the cold metal walls. As they round a corner, Paul comes face to face with a towering Chalnet guard. The reptilian alien's eyes widen in surprise, its clawed hand reaching for a weapon. Without hesitation, Paul launches into action, using the element of surprise to his advantage. He releases Daphne's hand and strikes with lightning speed, landing a series of precise blows to the guard's vulnerable points. The Chalnet staggers back, caught off guard by the human's unexpected skill. Paul presses his advantage, ducking under a wild swing and delivering a powerful uppercut that sends the guard crashing to the ground. This way, Paul calls to Daphne, grabbing her hand once more and pulling her past the fallen guard. They sprint down another corridor, the sounds of pursuing Chalnet growing louder behind them. Paul's heart races as he sees the exit ahead, a faint sliver of light marking their path to freedom. But as they approach, a massive figure steps into view, blocking their escape. The Chalnet commander, Krozak, towers before them, his scales glistening in the dim emergency lighting that has flickered to life. His reptilian eyes narrow as he assesses the situation, clawed hands flexing in anticipation. "You dare steal from us, human?" Krozak snarls, his voice a guttural growl that echoes through the corridor. Paul pushes Daphne behind him, settling into a fighting stance. "She's not property to be stolen," he retorts, his voice steady despite the danger. Krozak lunges forward with surprising speed for his size, claws slashing through the air. Paul dodges, feeling the rush of air as the attack misses him by inches. He counters with a swift kick to the Chalnet's knee, but Krozak's natural armor absorbs much of the impact. The two combatants exchange a flurry of blows, Paul's agility and skill matched against Krozak's raw strength and durability. The human mercenary lands several strikes, but the Chalnet's tough hide seems to shrug off the worst of the damage. As Paul ducks under another swipe of Krozak's claws, he notices Daphne's eyes darting around the corridor. She spots something and moves with purpose, her bioluminescent markings flaring brighter for a moment. Krozak seizes Paul's moment of distraction, landing a powerful blow that sends the human staggering back. The Chalnet commander advances, sensing victory, when suddenly he jerks and lets out a roar of pain. Behind him stands Daphne, holding a crackling electroprod she had grabbed from a nearby security station. The alien weapon sparks against Krozak's scales, momentarily stunning the massive Chalnet. Paul capitalizes on the opening, launching into a series of rapid strikes targeting Krozak's now vulnerable points. A well-placed blow to the commander's throat finally brings him down, the Chalnet collapsing with a thunderous crash. "Nice teamwork," Paul says to Daphne, flashing her a quick grin. She nods, still gripping the electroprod tightly. Without another word, they burst through the exit and into the harsh, arid landscape of the mining planet. The sudden shift from the dim interior to the bright exterior momentarily disorients them, but Paul quickly regains his bearings. "This way," he says, leading Daphne towards a cluster of rocky outcroppings in the distance. As they run, the ground beneath their feet shifts from metal grating to loose, reddish sand. The air is thin and dry, making each breath a struggle. Behind them, alarms blare across the Chalnet compound. The sound of shouting and heavy footsteps grows louder as security forces pour out of the auction house. Paul and Daphne reach the rocks, weaving between massive boulders until they come upon a sleek, dark ship partially hidden in the shadows. The Shadow Whisper, Paul's modified stealth cruiser, sits ready for their escape. "Get in," Paul shouts as he activates the ship's entry ramp. Daphne doesn't hesitate, scrambling aboard as Paul follows close behind. Inside the cockpit, Paul's hands fly over the controls, initiating the launch sequence. The ship's engines roar to life just as the first energy blasts from Chalnet weapons strike the rocky outcropping around them. "Hold on," Paul warns as he guns the engines. The Shadow Whisper lifts off, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Chalna's security forces flood the area, firing a barrage of energy weapons at the escaping ship. The Shadow Whisper's shields flare to life, absorbing most of the incoming fire. A few shots manage to graze the hull, causing the ship to shudder. Paul grits his teeth, his hands steady on the controls as he weaves through the intensifying weapons fire. The ship climbs higher, anti-aircraft turrets now joining the assault. Explosions bloom in the air around them as Paul expertly maneuvers through the barrage. The Shadow Whisper broke free of the planet's atmosphere, leaving the Chalneth compound far behind. Paul's hands move swiftly across the control panel, plotting a course away from the mining world. Beside him, Daphne slumped in the co-pilot's seat, her luminescent markings pulsing with a mix of relief and lingering fear. "We're not out of this yet," Paul said, his eyes fixed on the ship's sensors. "They'll be sending pursuit vessels." As if on cue, alarms blared throughout the cockpit. A sleek, predatory ship emerged from the planet's upper atmosphere, its engines burning hot as it gave chase. "Chalna pursuit vessel," Paul growled, recognizing the design. "Faster than us in open space." Daphne's markings flared brighter, her alien eyes wide with concern. "What can we do?" Paul's mind raced, assessing their options. His gaze settled on a dense field of asteroids looming ahead. "We'll lose them in there," he decided, angling the Shadow Whisper toward the swirling mass of space rocks. As they entered the asteroid field, Paul's fingers danced across the controls, guiding the ship through the treacherous maze. Massive boulders drifted past, some barely missing the hull. Behind them, the Chalneth vessel followed, its weapon systems coming online. "They're persistent," Paul muttered, executing a tight turn around a particularly large asteroid. The move bought them a few seconds, but the pursuing ship quickly adjusted course. Suddenly, Daphne gasped. Her bioluminescent markings pulsed rapidly, and she reached out to touch the ship's control panel. I can feel the ship," she said, her voice filled with wonder. Paul glanced at her, surprised. "What do you mean?" "It's like an extension of myself," Daphne explained, her eyes half closed in concentration. "I can sense its systems, its movements." As she spoke, Paul noticed the ship's responsiveness improving. The Shadow Whisper moved with increased precision, weaving through gaps in the asteroid field that he would have struggled to navigate alone. "Your abilities," Paul realized. "They're interfacing with the ship somehow." A blast from the Chalneth vessel rocked the Shadow Whisper, snapping their focus back to the pursuit. Paul's tactical display identified their attacker, Captain Zarek, brother of the defeated Krozak. "He's out for revenge," Paul said grimly. "We can't outrun him forever." Daphne's markings pulsed with grit. "Then we fight," she said, her voice stronger than before. Paul shook his head. "Not head-on, but I have an idea." He pointed to a small, craggy planetoid ahead. "See that canyon running across its surface? If we can make it through there, we might lose them for good." The plan was risky, requiring split-second timing and perfect coordination. But with Daphne's newfound connection to the ship, they stood a chance. Paul angled the Shadow Whisper toward the planetoid, diving into its thin atmosphere. The ship shuddered as they skimmed the barren surface, kicking up plumes of dust in their wake. The Chalneth vessel followed, firing relentlessly. "There!" Paul shouted as the canyon came into view. A narrow gash in the planetoid's surface, barely wide enough for the Shadow Whisper to squeeze through. They plunged into the canyon, the walls a blur on either side. Paul's hands gripped the controls tightly, making micro-adjustments to avoid collision. Beside him, Daphne's eyes were closed, her markings pulsing rapidly as she fine-tuned the ship's systems through her empathic link. The Chalneth ship followed, its larger size making the passage even more treacherous. Zarek fired wildly, energy blasts chipping away at the canyon walls around them. Paul's eyes darted between the view ahead and his sensor readings. "We need an exit," he muttered, searching for a way out of the ever-narrowing passage. Daphne's eyes snapped open. "There!" She pointed to a small opening in the canyon wall, barely visible in the gloom. Paul saw it too, a tight gap, a risk, but their only chance. He angled the Shadow Whisper toward the opening, feeling the ship scrape against the rocky surface as they squeezed through. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed they might not make it. Metal screeched against stone, the ship's hull groaning under the pressure. Then, with a final burst of speed, they broke free, emerging on the other side of the planetoid. Behind them, a massive explosion lit up the sensor readings. The Chalnoth ship, unable to navigate the narrow gap, had smashed into the canyon wall. Paul let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "We did it," he said, allowing himself a small smile. Daphne nodded, her markings pulsing with a mix of relief and exhaustion. "Where to now?" "I know a place," Paul replied, setting coordinates for a secret human outpost on the fringes of known space. "Somewhere we can catch our breath and figure out our next move." As the Shadow Whisper limped away from the planetoid, Paul cast a sidelong glance at Daphne. Their shared ordeal had forged a connection between them, one that went beyond simple rescuer and rescue. He sensed there was more to her story, just as there was more to his own. The journey to the outpost would take time. As the adrenaline of their escape faded, Paul knew they would have much to discuss, about their past, their abilities, and the uncertain future that lay ahead. For now, though, he focused on piloting the damaged ship, keenly aware that their daring escape might have set in motion events that would ripple across the galaxy. Whatever came next, Paul knew that his life, and the lives of countless others, had been irrevocably changed by his decision to save one blue-skinned alien from a Chalnoth slave auction. As the Shadow Whisper cruised through space, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that their escape was just the beginning of a much larger adventure. Days later, the ship docked at a hidden human outpost nestled within an asteroid field on the fringes of known space. Paul and Daphne disembarked, their legs wobbling slightly as they adjusted to solid ground after days in zero gravity. Commander Elena Vargas, a stern-faced woman with close-cropped gray hair, greeted them at the airlock. "Welcome to Outpost Zeta," she said, her voice crisp and businesslike. "I'm glad you made it here in one piece." Paul nodded, sensing there was more to her welcome than simple courtesy. "What's the situation, Commander?" Vargas's expression tightened. "We need to talk. Follow me." She led them through the outpost's utilitarian corridors to a small briefing room. Once the door sealed behind them, Vargas activated a holographic display on the central table. "I'm afraid your daring escape has stirred up a hornet's nest," she began. The hologram flickered to life, showing a fearsome Chalnoth with cybernetic enhancements covering half his face. "This is Grix, one of the most powerful Chalnoth warlords in the sector. He's placed a substantial bounty on both your heads." Paul leaned in, studying the image. How substantial? "Enough to attract every mercenary and bounty hunter within 100 light years," Vargas replied grimly. "This outpost won't stay secret for long with that kind of heat on you." Daphne's bioluminescent markings pulsed with anxiety. "What can we do?" Vargas tapped the holographic controls, bringing up a new image, a small, craggy moon orbiting a gas giant. "We've been tracking a secret Chalnoth supply depot here. Intel suggests it contains valuable data on their slave trade operations." Paul raised an eyebrow. "You want us to go in and get it?" "Exactly," Vargas nodded. "With your skills and Daphne's unique abilities, you might be our best shot at pulling this off. The data could help us disrupt the entire Chalnoth slave trade network." Paul exchanged a glance with Daphne, seeing willpower in her alien eyes. He turned back to Vargas. "We'll need equipment. And Daphne will need training. You'll have full access to our armory, Vargas assured them. As for training, we'll do what we can in the time we have. Over the next few days, Paul and Daphne threw themselves into preparations. In the outpost's armory, Paul selected an array of non-lethal weapons and stealth gear, explaining each item's function to Daphne as he went. Meanwhile, Daphne underwent an intensive crash course in combat techniques and human technology. Her empathic abilities allowed her to absorb information at an astonishing rate, quickly grasping concepts that would take others weeks to master. As they worked closely together, the connection between Paul and Daphne deepened. One evening, while reviewing holographic schematics of the Chalna facility, their hands brushed accidentally. They froze, eyes meeting in a moment of electric tension. Paul felt his heart rate spike, acutely aware of Daphne's closeness, the faint glow of her markings in the dim light. Daphne leaned in slightly, her alien eyes searching his face. For a breathless moment, it seemed they might give in to the growing attraction between them. Then, with visible effort, Paul cleared his throat and turned back to the schematics. "We should, focus on the mission," he said, his voice slightly rough. Daphne nodded, her markings pulsing with a mix of disappointment and understanding. "You're right. There will be time." After, the day of the infiltration arrived all too soon. Paul and Daphne boarded a small, stealthy shuttle provided by Commander Vargas. As they approached the Chalna moon, tension filled the cockpit. "Remember," Paul said as he guided the shuttle towards a secluded landing site, "we're here for the data. No unnecessary risks." Daphne nodded, her eyes closed in concentration. "I sense 12 guards in the immediate area. Their emotions are muted. Bored, mostly." Paul grinned. "Bored guards are careless guards. That's good for us." They touched down silently in a small crater, the shuttle stealth systems masking their approach. Paul and Daphne moved swiftly across the moon's barren surface, their suits compensating for the low gravity. Approaching the supply depot, Paul activated his stealth field, becoming nearly invisible. Daphne, her natural camouflage abilities, enhanced by the suit, blended seamlessly into the shadows. "2 guards at the entrance," Daphne whispered, her empathic senses reaching out. "There, distracted, arguing about something." Paul nodded, pulling out a small device. He tossed it towards the entrance, where it released a cloud of fast-acting sedative gas. The guards slumped to the ground before they could raise an alarm. Inside the facility, Paul and Daphne moved like ghosts. Daphne's empathic sensing allowed them to avoid patrols, while Paul's infiltration skills got them past security checkpoints. They reached the central data hub without incident. Paul plugged in a decryption device, starting the data transfer. 5 minutes, he murmured. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slowly. Just as the transfer completed, alarms blared throughout the facility. "Time to go," Paul said, grabbing the data drive. They sprinted for the exit, but found their path blocked by a squad of Chalnith guards. Paul's mind raced, searching for options. His eyes landed on a maintenance hatch in the wall. "This way," he called to Daphne, wrenching the hatch open. They squeezed into the narrow maintenance shaft, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. In the tight confines, Paul was acutely aware of Daphne pressed against him, her markings pulsing with adrenaline. Their eyes met in the dim light. Without thinking, Paul leaned in, his lips meeting Daphne's in a brief, passionate kiss. For a moment, the danger faded away, leaving only the two of them. Then reality reasserted itself. They broke apart, both breathing heavily. "We should." Daphne began. "Yeah," Paul agreed. "Let's go." They emerged from the maintenance shaft into the depot's hangar bay. Paul's eyes widened as he spotted an advanced Chalna scout ship. "Our ticket out of here," he said, racing towards it. As they boarded the ship, Alarms continued to blare. Paul's hands flew over the controls, his mercenary training kicking in as he deciphered the alien systems. Beside him, Daphne placed her hands on the control panel. Her markings flared brightly, and suddenly the ship's systems came to life, responding to her empathic interface. "I've got weapons control," she said, her voice filled with a mix of surprise and grit. The hangar bay doors began to close. Paul gunned the engines, the scout ship shooting out just before they slammed shut. As they cleared the moon's atmosphere, a squadron of Chalna fighters rose to meet them. Paul's expert piloting, combined with Daphne's intuitive control of the weapons, allowed them to outmaneuver their pursuers. Daphne targeted the enemy ships with precision, disabling their engines and weapon systems without causing fatalities. Within minutes, they left the Chalna moon far behind, their pursuers floating helplessly in space. As they set a course back to the human outpost, Paul inserted the data drive into the ship's computer. His eyes widened as he scanned the information. "This is bigger than we thought," he said grimly. "It's not just the Chalna. There are humans involved too. High-ranking officials." Daphne leaned in, her expression troubled. "What do we do?" Paul's eyes sharp as he considered their options. They had the power to expose corruption and potentially dismantle the slave trade. But doing so would paint an even bigger target on their backs. As the outpost came into view, Paul exchanged a look with Daphne. No words were needed. Whatever they decided, they would face it together. The stolen Chalna ship docked smoothly at Outpost Zeta. As the airlock cycled, Paul and Daphne steeled themselves for the difficult conversations ahead. They had succeeded in their mission, but now faced an even greater challenge: deciding what to do with the explosive information they had uncovered. Their eyes met, a silent agreement passing between them. "Commander," Paul said as they stepped out of the airlock, "we need to talk. Privately." Vargas nodded, her expression grave. She led them swiftly through the corridors to her office, sealing the door behind them. "What you're about to see," Paul began, inserting the data drive into Vargas' secure terminal, "goes far beyond what we initially thought." As the information scrolled across the screen, Vargas' face hardened. Human officials involved in the slave trade? This changes everything. Daphne's markings pulsed with concern. "What do we do now?" Vargas straightened, her decision made. "We expose it. All of it." She activated a heavily encrypted communication channel, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she composed a message to her superiors. Paul watched the commander work, a mix of admiration and unease settling in his gut. They had just lit the fuse on a powder keg that could reshape the entire sector. As Vargas finished her transmission, an alert chimed on her terminal. She frowned, opening the incoming message. Her eyes widened. "It's for you too," she said, turning the screen towards Paul and Daphne. The message was brief, its source untraceable. "Your actions have not gone unnoticed. Information for protection. Interested?" "The broker." Paul's brow furrowed. "The broker? I've heard whispers, but—" Daphne leaned in, her alien features intense. "Paul, isn't opportunity and danger." Before they could discuss further, alarms blared throughout the outpost. Daphne gasped, her markings flaring bright blue. "Hostiles, they're here for us." Vargas sprang into action, activating the outpost's defense protocols. "How many?" Daphne's eyes unfocused as she reached out with her empathic senses. "A team. Trained. Cold. One mind burns brighter, their leader." The office door burst open, revealing a squad of armed men led by a scarred operative with eyes like flint. "Marcus Blackwood," Vargas spat, recognizing the infamous Black Ops agent. Paul reacted instantly, overturning Vargas' desk for cover as energy bolts sizzled through the air. He pulled Daphne down beside him, their bodies pressed close in the confined space. "Vargas!" Paul shouted over the din of weapon fire. "The data!" The commander nodded grimly, clutching a small device to her chest as she returned fire. A stray shot caught her in the shoulder, and she stumbled. Paul vaulted over the makeshift barricade, his combat training kicking in. He moved with fluid precision, disarming one attacker and using him as a human shield against his comrades' fire. Daphne's voice cut through the chaos. "Paul, behind you!" He ducked, feeling the heat of an energy blast pass over his head. Without missing a beat, Paul spun and landed a devastating kick to his attacker's solar plexus. Daphne wasn't idle. Her empathic abilities allowed her to anticipate the enemy's moves, calling out warnings and creating openings for Paul and Vargas to exploit. They fought their way through the outpost corridors, Blackwood's team in hot pursuit. Vargas, despite her injury, managed to initiate a lockdown of critical systems. "The hangar," she gasped, clutching her wounded shoulder. "It's our only way out." They reached the control room, sealing the doors behind them. Paul's mind raced, searching for options as Blackwood's team worked to breach their defenses. Daphne placed a hand on his arm, her touch electric even through his suit. Their eyes met, a world of unspoken emotion passing between them. In that moment, with death pounding at the door, Paul gave into impulse. He pulled Daphne close, their lips meeting in a desperate, passionate kiss. Time seemed to stop, the universe narrowing to just the two of them. The moment shattered as an explosion rocked the control room. Blackwood stepped through the smoke, his energy weapon humming with deadly power. "End of the line," he sneered. Paul's hand inched towards a nearby power conduit. He caught Daphne's eye, a silent message passing between them. In one fluid motion, Paul overloaded the conduit, filling the room with blinding light. Simultaneously, Daphne unleashed a wave of empathic energy, overwhelming Blackwood's senses. Vargas, who had been slumped against a console, suddenly sprang to life. She tackled Blackwood, grappling for his weapon. In the struggle, the energy weapon discharged. Alarm screamed as the blast tore through vital systems. Life support failing, an automated voice announced. "Evacuate immediately." Paul made a split-second decision. "To the hangar, now." They ran, Blackwood's remaining men in confused pursuit as the outpost began to tear itself apart around them. They reached the Chalna scout ship just as the hangar bay doors began to buckle. Paul threw himself into the pilot's seat, his hands dancing over the controls. Beside him, Daphne interfaced with the ship's systems, her markings glowing as she merged with the alien technology. They blasted out of the disintegrating outpost, acceleration pressing them into their seats. Behind them, explosion bloomed silently in the vacuum of space. As they raced away from the debris field, proximity alarms blared. Enemy vessels were in pursuit, closing fast. Paul's fists tight as he pushed the scout ship to its limits, weaving through a treacherous asteroid field. Daphne worked in perfect sync with him, using the ship's weapons to disable rather than destroy their pursuers. Vargas, her face pale from blood loss, clutched the precious data to her chest. "We need to get this information to my superiors," she said through gritted teeth. "It's the only way to stop the corruption." Paul nodded grimly, plotting a course through contested space. They had escaped immediate danger, but he knew the real battle was just beginning. As stars streaked past the view screen, Paul cast a sidelong glance at Daphne. Their earlier kiss hung between them, electric and undedicationed. He saw his own tumultuous emotions reflected in her alien eyes. With enemies on all sides and the fate of the sector hanging in the balance, Paul knew that he and Daphne stood at a crossroads. Whatever path they chose, there would be no going back. The Chalna scout ship surged forward into the unknown, carrying its crew of unlikely heroes towards an uncertain future. The Chalna scout ship hurtled through contested space, its occupants tense with the weight of their precarious situation. Paul's hands gripped the controls tightly, his eyes scanning the void for any sign of pursuit. Beside him, Daphne's markings pulsed with a soft, worried light as she monitored the ship's systems. Suddenly, the communication panel lit up with an incoming transmission. Paul exchanged a wary glance with Daphne before accepting the call. A distorted voice filled the cockpit. "This is the broker. You're heading into an ambush. A coalition of corrupt human officials and Chalna slavers are lying in wait along your current trajectory." Paul's eyes hardened. "How do we know we can trust you?" "You don't," the broker replied. "But right now, I'm your only option for survival." Daphne's eyes met Paul's, her empathic senses probing the situation. She nodded almost imperceptibly. Paul took a deep breath. "What's your offer?" "Protection, in exchange for the data you carry. I'm transmitting coordinates to a secure location now." As the coordinates appeared on the navigation system, Commander Vargas spoke up from her position in the rear of the cockpit, her voice strained with pain. "It's our best shot, Paul. We need to get this information somewhere safe." Paul nodded grimly and adjusted their course. The scout ship banked sharply, veering away from their original heading and deeper into uncharted space. After hours of tense travel, they arrived at their destination, a massive space station nestled within a dense asteroid field. The station's sleek design spoke of advanced technology, while its hidden location suggested a need for secrecy. As they approached, a hangar bay opened, inviting them in. Paul guided the ship to a smooth landing, his trained eyes noting the heavily armed security personnel waiting for them. The moment the ship touched down, a medical team rushed forward to attend to Commander Vargas. As they whisked her away to the station's medical bay, Paul and Daphne found themselves face to face with a stern-looking man who introduced himself as Jack Hawkins, head of security. "This way," Hawkins said curtly, leading them through the station's winding corridors. They arrived at a secure meeting room, its walls lined with screens displaying real-time data from across the sector. At the center stood a middle-aged man with piercing gray eyes and an air of quiet authority. "Welcome," he said, his voice matching the one from the earlier transmission. "I'm Alexander Vance, though you may know me better as the broker." Paul's eyes narrowed. "You've been watching us." Vance nodded. "I have, and I believe you're the key to unraveling the corruption that plagues both human and Chalna societies." He gestured to a holographic display that sprang to life in the center of the room. "The data you've acquired is invaluable, but it's only part of the picture. To truly make a difference, we need to orchestrate a series of strategic information leaks, exposing the guilty while protecting the innocent, including yourselves." Daphne stepped forward, her markings pulsing with interest. "How do you propose we do that?" Vance turned to her, his expression thoughtful. "Your empathic abilities, combined with our advanced AI systems, could allow us to verify and analyze the data at an unprecedented level. We could uncover patterns and connections that would otherwise remain hidden." As Daphne considered this, Vance turned to Paul. "Meanwhile, I have a critical mission for you. There's a secret Chalna prison facility holding key witnesses to the slave trade. One in particular is vital to our efforts, a human journalist named Sarah Webb. Your task is to infiltrate the prison and extract her." Paul's mind raced, assessing the risks and potential pitfalls of such a mission. But he knew they had little choice. "When do I leave?" "Immediately," Vance replied. "Every moment we delay gives our enemies time to cover their tracks." As Paul prepared for his mission, Daphne began her work with the AI systems. Her markings glowed brightly as she interfaced with the advanced technology, her mind expanding to encompass vast amounts of data. Hours passed as Paul made his way to the Chalna prison facility, equipped with cutting-edge stealth technology provided by Vance. The prison loomed before him, a forbidding structure of dark metal and pulsing energy fields. Using his infiltration skills and the advanced tech, Paul slipped past the outer defenses undetected. He moved through the shadowy corridors, his senses on high alert for any sign of the Chalneth guards. A sudden commotion ahead forced Paul to duck into an alcove. Two Chalneth guards dragged a human prisoner past his hiding spot, a woman with grit etched on her bruised face. Sarah Webb. Paul waited for the guards to pass, then silently followed. He tracked them to a high-security cell block, memorizing the access codes they used. Once the coast was clear, Paul made his move. He approached the cell, quickly inputting the stolen code. The energy field dissipated with a soft hum. Sarah looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. "Who are you?" "I'm here to get you out," Paul whispered, helping her to her feet. "Can you walk?" She nodded, dedication replacing her initial shock. "Lead the way." As they made their way through the prison, alarms suddenly blared. They'd been discovered. "This way." A voice hissed from a nearby corridor. A Chalneth guard beckoned urgently. Paul hesitated, his hand reaching for his weapon. "Wait," Sarah said, grabbing his arm. "I know him. He's been helping me." The Chalneth introduced himself quickly as Cross, an undercover operative working against the slave trade. "There's no time," he growled. "I can get you to the escape pods, but you need to know, this goes deeper than you realize. There's an organization called the Syndicate. They're behind everything." Cross led them through a series of maintenance tunnels, evading the search parties. As they reached the escape pod bay, the sound of approaching guards echoed from behind. "Go," Cross said, pressing a data chip into Paul's hand. "This is everything I've uncovered about the Syndicate's operations within the Chalneth hierarchy. Use it wisely." Before Paul could protest, Cross sealed the escape pod bay doors and turned to face the oncoming guards. Paul and Sarah launched into space, the small pod straining as it accelerated away from the prison. As they set a course back to Vance's station, Paul's communicator chimed with an urgent message from Daphne. Her voice was tight with tension. "Paul, you need to get back here now. The AI and we've uncovered something big. The Syndicate. They're planning something that could throw the entire sector into chaos." As the escape pod raced through space, Paul's mind whirled with the implications of their discoveries. He knew that when he returned to the station, nothing would be the same. The true scale of their fight was only just becoming clear, and the challenges ahead would test them all to their limits. Limits. The true scale of their fight was only just becoming clear, and the challenges ahead would test them all to their very core. As Paul guided the escape pod back towards Vance's hidden space station, alarms suddenly blared throughout the small craft. The sensor displays lit up, showing multiple unidentified ships converging on their location. "We've got company," Paul said grimly, his hands dancing over the controls as he tried to squeeze more speed out of the pod. Sarah leaned forward, her journalist instincts kicking in as she studied the sensor readouts. "Those ships, they're not all the same design. Some look like human military vessels, but others." "Chalneth?" Paul nodded, his jaw clenching. "Looks like our enemies have decided to join forces." As they approached the space station, its advanced defense system sprang to life. A shimmering energy shield enveloped the entire structure, just as the pursuing ships came into visual range. The moment their pod passed through the shield, Paul felt a wave of relief wash over him. But it was short-lived. As they docked, Vance's voice came over the comms, terse and urgent. "Command center, now." Minutes later, Paul found himself standing in the station's nerve center alongside Daphne, Commander Vargas, and Sarah Webb. Alexander Vance stood at a holographic display, his face grim as he surveyed the approaching enemy fleet. "They've found us," Vance said without preamble. And they've brought significant firepower. Commander Vargas, her face pale but determined, studied the tactical display. We're outnumbered and outgunned. Even with the station's defenses, we can't hold out against a sustained assault. A slight smile played at the corners of Vance's mouth. Perhaps not, but this station has a few tricks up its sleeve. He tapped a series of commands into the console, and suddenly the entire room shuddered. What's happening? Sarah asked, gripping the edge of a nearby console for support. The station is separating, Vance explained as the shuddering intensified. It's designed to break apart into 5 independently functioning modules. Through the command center's viewport, Paul watched in amazement as sections of the station detached, maneuvering into defensive positions. Each module bristled with weapons and defensive systems. Vance turned to Paul. I need you to take command of the central module. It houses our main propulsion and weapon systems. Paul nodded, moving to the pilot station without hesitation. As his hands touched the controls, he felt the familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Daphne, Vance continued, your empathic abilities make you uniquely suited to interface with the station's AI. You will coordinate the movements of the other modules. Daphne's markings pulsed with a mix of excitement and apprehension as she stepped up to a glowing interface panel. The moment her hand made contact, her eyes widened in wonder. I can feel it. The entire station, all at once. As the enemy fleet closed in, the space around the station erupted into chaos. Energy beams lanced out from the attacking ships, splashing against the station's shields in brilliant flares of light. Paul's hands flew over the controls, guiding the central module through the asteroid field with a deftness that belied the structure's size. He used the massive space rocks as cover, ducking behind them to avoid enemy fire before emerging to launch devastating counterattacks. Beside him, Daphne's face was a mask of concentration, her markings pulsing rapidly as she coordinated the other modules. Through her link with the AI, she anticipated enemy movements with uncanny accuracy, allowing their defenses to always be one step ahead. Incoming, Sarah called out, her eyes glued to a tactical display. A new ship just dropped out of hyperspace. It's massive. Paul's blood ran cold as he saw the newcomer, a Chalna dreadnought, easily dwarfing every other ship in the battle. At its helm stood a figure he recognized all too well. Warlord Grix, his face twisted in a snarl of hatred. The dreadnought's weapons came online, unleashing a barrage that shook the station to its core. Paul gritted his teeth, knowing their current tactics wouldn't be enough against this new threat. We need to take out that dreadnought, he said, an idea forming in his mind. Vance, does this module have phase shift technology? Vance's eyes widened as he realized what Paul was suggesting. It does, but it's experimental, untested in combat. Paul's hands tightened on the controls. Then it's time for a field test. He angled the central module towards the dreadnought, accelerating to attack speed. Daphne, sensing his intent through their growing bond, fine-tuned the phase shift calculations in real time. As they hurtled towards the massive Chalna ship, Paul felt a moment of pure clarity. Everything had led to this moment. He looked at Daphne, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange of trust and something deeper. Now! Paul shouted as they reached the dreadnought's shields. The world around them shimmered and blurred. For a heart-stopping moment, it felt as if they were everywhere and nowhere at once. Then, with a violent lurch, they rematerialized inside the dreadnought's engine room. Alarms blared throughout the Chalna ship as Paul led a boarding party out of the module. The corridors rang with the sound of weapon fire and the shouts of confused Chalna crew members. As they fought their way towards the bridge, Paul caught glimpses of the battle raging outside through the dreadnought's viewports. Daphne's coordinated assault was taking its toll on the enemy fleet, but time was running short. They reached the bridge, and Paul found himself face to face with Warlord Grix. The Chalnif leader's eyes blazed with fury as he recognized the human who had thwarted his plans time and again. "You!" Grix snarled, drawing a wicked-looking blade from his belt. "I'll crush you with my bare hands." Paul raised his own weapon, his voice steady. "Not today, Grix. Your reign of terror ends here." As they clashed in fierce combat, Paul's mind raced. He knew that defeating Grix was only part of the solution. They needed to take out the entire dreadnought to turn the tide of the battle. With a burst of inspiration, Paul feinted left, then dropped and rolled towards a nearby control panel. His fingers flew over the alien interface, inputting the override codes he had memorized from their intelligence briefings. Grix roared in rage, realizing too late what Paul had done. The dreadnought's self-destruct sequence engaged, klaxons wailing throughout the massive ship. "Fall back," Paul shouted to his team. "We've got minutes before this whole place goes up." They fought their way back to the module, Grix's enraged howls echoing behind them. As they reached the airlock, Paul felt a sudden, sharp pain in his side. Grix had thrown his blade, scoring a glancing hit. Ignoring the wound, Paul sealed the airlock and rushed to the controls. As he maneuvered the module out of the disintegrating dreadnought, he felt Daphne's presence in his mind, guiding him through the chaos. The other station modules provided covering fire, clearing a path for their escape. Just as they cleared the dreadnought's hull, the massive ship exploded in a blinding flash of light and energy. Paul used the shockwave to propel them to safety, his vision blurring from the strain and his injury. As the module rejoined the others, he saw the remaining enemy ships scattering, their coordinated assault thrown into disarray by the loss of their flagship. In the aftermath of the battle, as the station modules reintegrated, Paul found himself in the medical bay, Daphne at his side as a medic tended to his wound. Their eyes met, and in that moment, all the unspoken feelings between them surged to the surface. Daphne took his hand, her touch sending a wave of warmth through him. "We did it," she said softly, her markings pulsing with a mix of relief and something deeper. Paul nodded, squeezing her hand. "We did, but something tells me this is just the beginning." As they sat there, the reality of their victory sinking in, they both knew that their fight against the Syndicate was nowhere near the end. But in that moment, with their hands intertwined and their bonds stronger than ever, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. But in that moment, with their hands intertwined and their bonds stronger than ever, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the days passed, the station buzzed with activity. Repairs hummed around the clock, patching the scars left by their recent battle. Paul found himself in frequent meetings with Vance, Vargas, and the others, poring over intelligence reports and strategizing their next moves against the Syndicate. One evening, as Paul made his way to the command center, he overheard Vance speaking in hushed tones with an unseen contact. "Yes, release the files on the Proxima Centauri operation. And make sure the data on the Rigel slave markets gets to the right journalists." Paul entered just as Vance ended the transmission. The older man's face was drawn with fatigue, but his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Ah, Paul, good timing. Our information campaign is bearing fruit. The Syndicate's operations are being exposed across multiple systems. They're scrambling to cover their tracks." Before Paul could respond, an alert chimed on the main console. Commander Vargas, her arm still in a sling from the recent battle, pulled up a holographic display. "Sir, we've decrypted more data from the captured ships. There's something you need to see." The image shifted, revealing schematics of a sprawling facility nestled in dense jungle terrain. Vargas continued. "It's a secret research base on the planet Zenora Prime. According to these files, they're developing mind control technology." Paul felt a chill run down his spine. Mind control? For what purpose? Vance's expression darkened. To enhance their slave trade, no doubt. Imagine the profit in completely compliant workers, soldiers, or, worse. The implications hung heavy in the air. Paul's mind raced with the potential consequences if such technology fell into the wrong hands, or rather, remained in the wrong hands. Vance turned to Paul, his voice grave. We need to shut this facility down and secure that research data. It could be the key to unraveling the syndicate's entire operation. Paul nodded, tenacity setting in. When do we leave? Immediately, Vance replied. Daphne will accompany you. Her empathic abilities could be crucial in dealing with any test subjects you might encounter. As Paul left to prepare, he found Daphne waiting for him in the corridor. Her markings pulsed with a mix of anticipation and concern. I sense your anxiety, she said softly. This mission, it's dangerous, isn't it? Paul nodded, allowing himself a moment of vulnerability in her presence. Potentially the most dangerous yet, but also the most important. They made their way to the equipment bay, their hands brushing together as they walked. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension, emotions amplified by the gravity of their impending mission. As they donned their tactical gear, Paul couldn't help but notice the way the form-fitting suit accentuated Daphne's lithe frame. He caught her eye, and a flicker of shared desire passed between them before they refocused on the task at hand. Commander Vargas met them at the hangar, accompanied by a slender, blue-skinned alien with iridescent scales. This is Dr. Lyra Zan, Vargas introduced. She's a xenobiologist who recently defected from the Syndicate. Her expertise will be invaluable in understanding and counteracting the mind control technology. Dr. Zan inclined her head, her multifaceted eyes gleaming with intelligence. I've studied the preliminary data. The technology is disturbing, to say the least. We must tread carefully. Vargas led them to a sleek, dark vessel unlike anything Paul had seen before. This is the Shadow Rift, she explained. A modified stealth shuttle equipped with the latest in cloaking and sensor jamming technology. It should get you to Zenora Prime undetected. As they boarded the Shadow Rift, Paul took the pilot's seat, his hands moving confidently over the unfamiliar controls. Daphne settled in beside him, while Dr. Zan began reviewing data on a holographic display. The hangar door slid open, revealing the star-studded expanse of space. Paul eased the shuttle out, feeling the power thrumming through the vessel as they accelerated away from the station. Their course took them through a dense asteroid field, a necessary risk to avoid the Syndicate's long-range sensors. Paul's piloting skills were put to the test as he wove between the massive, tumbling rocks. Daphne's voice came soft but clear over the ship's intercom. Paul, I can sense the gravitational fluctuations. Bank left. Now. Paul complied without hesitation, narrowly avoiding a collision with a previously hidden asteroid. As they progressed, Daphne's empathic sensing proved invaluable, allowing them to navigate the treacherous field with uncanny precision. Hours later, the lush, green orb of Zenora Prime filled their view screen. Paul guided the Shadow Rift into the planet's atmosphere, using the thick cloud cover for additional concealment. They touched down in a small clearing, the dense jungle canopy closing over them like a living roof. As the ship's ramp lowered, the humid air hit them like a wall, rich with the sense of alien flora and the calls of unseen creatures. Paul checked his weapon, a non-lethal stunner provided by Vance. Remember, he said to Daphne and Dr. Zan, our primary objectives are to shut down the facility, secure the research data, and free any test subjects we find. We avoid lethal force at all costs. As they pushed into the jungle, Paul took point, with Daphne close behind and Dr. Zan bringing up the rear. The alien environment posed constant challenges. Carnivorous vines that reach for their ankles, bioluminescent predators stalking them from the shadows. Daphne's empathic abilities proved crucial once again, allowing her to sense the hostile intent of the jungle's denizens before they attacked. More than once, her warning allowed Paul to neutralize a threat before it could strike. As they neared the coordinates of the research facility, Daphne suddenly froze, her markings pulsing rapidly. "Paul," she whispered, "I sense. Minds, but they're wrong somehow. Clouded, controlled." Dr. Zan's scales rippled with concern. "The prototype devices must be active. We're likely dealing with mind-controlled subjects." Paul peered through the dense foliage, spotting movement ahead. A group of aliens from various species moved with eerie synchronicity, their eyes vacant as they patrolled the facility's perimeter. "We need to take them down without harming them," Paul said, his mind racing through potential strategies. He turned to Daphne, an idea forming. "Can you use your empathic abilities to disrupt their mental link? Just long enough for me to get close and use the stunner?" Daphne nodded, her face set with drive. She closed her eyes, concentrating intensely. After a moment, she opened them, her markings pulsing rapidly. "Now, Paul, I've created a temporary blind spot in their shared consciousness." Paul moved swiftly, his steps silent on the jungle floor. He approached the first guard from behind, placed the stunner against its neck, and fired. The alien dropped without a sound. Paul repeated the process with practiced efficiency, taking down the entire patrol in a matter of seconds. With the perimeter breached, they approached the facility, a low, angular structure that seemed to grow out of the jungle itself. Paul found an access panel and got to work, his fingers flying over the alien interface as he input the override codes they'd extracted from the captured ship's data. The door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a sterile, white corridor that stood in stark contrast to the wild jungle outside. As they entered, the true horror of the Syndicate's operation began to unfold before them. Rows of stasis pods lined the walls, each containing a subject from a different alien race. Paul felt Daphne stiffen beside him as they passed several pods holding lumina, their bioluminescent markings pulsing weakly in their unconscious state. "By the stars," Dr. Zen breathed, her scales shifting to a pale, sickly hue. "The scale of this operation, it's worse than I imagined." Paul spotted a central console and made his way toward it, intent on downloading the facility's research data. "Dr. Zan, see if you can find a way to safely deactivate the mind control devices." "Daphne." He turned to find Daphne standing before one of the lumina pods, her hand pressed against the transparent surface. Her markings pulsed in sync with those of the imprisoned subject, her face a mask of anguish and fury. "I can feel them, Paul," she said, her voice tight with emotion. "They're minds. They're trapped. Screaming. We have to free them." Paul nodded, understanding the weight of her words. He turned back to the console, fingers flying over the keys as he initiated the data transfer and searched for a way to release the pods. Suddenly, a shrill alarm shattered the tense silence. Red lights began to flash throughout the facility, and the sound of heavy blast doors slamming shut echoed through the corridors. "They've detected us," Paul shouted over the din. "We need to move now." But as he turned to make for the exit, he saw with growing horror that the stasis pods were beginning to open. The subjects inside stirred, their eyes snapping open to reveal empty, controlled gazes. Paul, Daphne, and Dr. Zen found themselves surrounded, the mind-controlled subjects advancing with purpose. The mission had taken a dire turn, and they now faced the dual challenge of escaping with the vital data and finding a way to free these unwilling attackers from the Syndicate's insidious control. As the controlled subjects closed in, Paul raised a stunner, knowing that their next actions would determine not only their own fate, but that of countless enslaved beings across the galaxy. The real fight was only just beginning. As the controlled subjects closed in, Paul's mind raced. He noticed a pattern in their movements, a synchronicity that suggested a central coordination point. His eyes darted to the far end of the lab, where a pulsing control unit stood. "Daphne, Dr. Zan," he called out, raising his stunner. "I'll hold them off. Focus on that control unit." Paul engaged the first wave of subjects, his combat training kicking in. He ducked under a swinging arm, using the subject's momentum to throw them off balance. With practiced efficiency, he fired his stunner at close range, incapacitating the attacker without causing lasting harm. More subjects pressed forward. Paul weaved between them, his movements fluid and precise. He struck pressure points, used momentum-based throws, and applied his stunner with surgical precision. The lab became a whirlwind of motion as Paul danced between the controlled subjects, buying time for his companions. Daphne, meanwhile, closed her eyes and focused her empathic abilities on the control unit. She sensed the pulsing waves of energy emanating from it, a sickening frequency that clouded the minds of its victims. Her markings flared as she pushed back against the signal, creating momentary disruptions. "Paul," she called out, "I'm causing interference. Use the gaps." Paul nodded, noticing the brief moments of confusion in his opponents. He capitalized on these lapses, taking down subjects more efficiently as their coordination faltered. Dr. Zen sprinted toward the control unit, her scales shifting colors rapidly as she analyzed its components. Her multifaceted eyes took in every detail, identifying vulnerabilities in its construction. "I've found a weakness," she announced, her slender fingers working with incredible speed. "If I can just—" With a swift motion, she extracted a critical circuit board. The unit's lights flickered and died. Throughout the lab, the controlled subjects collapsed, their strings suddenly cut. Paul lowered his stunner, breathing heavily. "Good work, both of you," he said, scanning the room for any remaining threats. His eyes fell on a concealed panel in the wall. "There's something here." He approached the panel, discovering a hidden exit. Beyond lay a vast underground hangar filled with sleek, prototype ships. "These must be for transporting slaves," he realized grimly. Daphne joined him, her eyes wide. "At least now we have a way out," she said. Her gaze fell on the unconscious subjects scattered around the lab, and a means to evacuate them. She knelt beside the nearest subject, a Lumina like herself. Daphne's markings pulsed gently as she reached out with her mind, assessing the freed captive's condition. "The physical control is gone," she reported, her voice tight with emotion. "But the psychological trauma. It's deep, Paul. They've seen things, experienced." She trailed off, shaking her head. Dr. Zen approached, clutching a data pad. "I've downloaded everything I could from their systems," she said. "It's worse than we thought. This facility is just one node in a vast network. There are other research centers, each specializing in different aspects of slave control." Paul's face hardened. "We'll deal with that later. Right now, we need to dash." He was cut off by movement near the lab entrance. Paul raised his stunner, but Daphne put a hand on his arm. "Wait," she said softly. "I don't sense hostility." A tall, reptilian figure stepped into view, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "I mean you no harm," the newcomer said. "My name is Zexlar. I'm a Chalna scientist. I was forced to work here, but now I want to help." Paul eyed him warily. "How do we know we can trust you?" Daphne stepped forward, her markings pulsing as she focused on Zexlar. After a moment, she nodded. "He's sincere, Paul. I sense genuine remorse and a desire to make amends." Zexlar's shoulders sagged with relief. "Thank you. I can provide access codes, schematics, anything to aid your escape and hinder the Syndicate's operations." As if on cue, alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Red emergency lights bathed the lab in an eerie glow. Self-destruct sequence initiated. An emotionless voice announced, Facility lockdown in effect. Time to detonation, 15 minutes. Paul's eyes widened. So much for our smooth exit. Zexlar, those access codes would be helpful right about now. The Chalneth nodded, moving swiftly to a nearby console. His clawed fingers flew over the interface, bypassing security protocols. "I've unlocked the hangar bay," he reported, "but the main doors are on a separate system. It'll take time to dash." "Time we don't have," Dr. Zen interrupted. She joined Zexlar at the console, her scales shimmering with purpose. "If we route power from the auxiliary systems and exploit the gap in the firewall created by the self-destruct sequence." The two scientists worked in tandem, their expertise complementing each other perfectly. Paul and Daphne, meanwhile, began rousing the freed subjects and guiding them toward the ships. "Daphne, use your abilities to keep them calm," Paul instructed as he helped a disoriented Arcturian to its feet. "The last thing we need is a panic." Daphne nodded, her markings pulsing with soothing patterns. She projected waves of calm and reassurance, helping the traumatized beings focus on the task of evacuation. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness. Paul coordinated the loading of the ships, ensuring an even distribution of passengers and evaluating which vessels were in the best condition for immediate launch. "Paul!" Dr. Zen called out. "We've done it. The hangar doors are opening." Sure enough, a loud grinding filled the cavernous space as the massive doors began to part. Starlight spilled into the underground facility, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. "Everyone on board now," Paul shouted. He took the controls of the lead ship, with Daphne beside him as co-pilot. Dr. Zan and Zexlar joined them, while the other freed subjects filled the remaining vessels. The countdown reached its final minute as Paul fired up the engines. The prototype ship hummed with power, its advanced systems responding instantly to his touch. "Daphne, coordinate with the other pilots," he instructed. "Get us out of here in formation. We can't afford to lose anyone in the confusion." Daphne nodded, her eyes closed in concentration as she linked minds with the other ship's occupants. "Ready," she announced. Paul eased the throttle forward. The ship lifted off smoothly, gliding toward the opening doors. Behind them, the other vessels followed in a tight formation, guided by Daphne's mental link. They cleared the hangar just as the facility erupted in a massive fireball. The shockwave buffeted their ships, but Paul's skilled piloting kept them stable. As they climbed into the night sky, the burning remnants of the Syndicate's research center faded into the distance. "We did it," Daphne breathed, her markings pulsing with a mix of relief and lingering tension. Paul allowed himself a small smile. "We did, but this is just the beginning." He set a course for a nearby uninhabited planet, a safe haven where they could regroup and plan their next move. As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, Paul felt the weight of their accomplishments and the challenges that lay ahead. They had dealt a significant blow to the Syndicate, but the war was just getting started. With the rescued subjects, new allies, and the invaluable data they'd acquired, they now had the resources to mount a larger campaign. He glanced at Daphne, seeing his own tenacity reflected in her eyes. Without a word, they reached for each other, their hands intertwining as they soared through the star-filled expanse. Whatever came next, they would face it together. As they soared through the star-filled expanse, Paul's mind was already racing with plans for their next move. The coordinates of Haven, their temporary safe harbor, were pre-programmed into the ship's navigation system. He engaged the autopilot and turned to address the others. "We'll be touching down in about 3 hours," he announced. "Dr. Zan Zexlar, I need you to prepare for immediate triage when we land. Daphne, can you use your empathic abilities to assess the mental state of our passengers?" Daphne nodded, her markings pulsing softly as she reached out with her mind. "I'll do my best, Paul. Their trauma runs deep, but I sense a glimmer of hope in many of them." As they approached Haven, the planet's features came into view. Vast forests and sprawling plains dominated the landscape, offering natural cover and resources. Paul guided their small fleet to a clearing large enough to accommodate all the ships. The moment they touched down, the team sprang into action. Paul coordinated the disembarkation, ensuring that the most critically affected individuals were the first to receive attention. Dr. Zan and Zexlar set up a makeshift medical area, their diverse expertise complementing each other as they began assessing the rescued subjects. Daphne moved among the freed captives, her gentle presence and empathic projections helping to calm their fears. She paused by a group of fellow Lumina, their bioluminescent markings dim and erratic. "It's okay," she murmured, reaching out to touch one of her kinsmen. "You're safe now. We're here to help you." As she connected with the Lumina's mind, Daphne gasped. The depth of their abilities, twisted and enhanced by the Syndicate's experiments, was staggering. She turned to Paul, her eyes wide. "Paul, these Lumina, their empathic abilities are unlike anything I've ever encountered. The Syndicate was trying to weaponize them somehow." Paul frowned, processing this new information. "We'll need to help them control these abilities. For now, focus on keeping everyone calm and comfortable." As the day progressed, Paul worked tirelessly to establish a secure perimeter around their camp. He salvaged materials from the prototype ships, constructing makeshift barriers and setting up early warning systems. As he worked, he identified several individuals among the rescued who seemed to have military training. "You there," he called out to a tall, muscular alien with iridescent scales. "Have you had combat experience?" The alien nodded, standing straighter. "Sergeant Krell, formerly of the Andromeda Defense Force." Paul smiled. "Sergeant, I could use your help. We need to organize a security team." As night fell, the camp began to settle into an uneasy quiet. Paul found Daphne sitting alone at the edge of the clearing, her gaze fixed on the unfamiliar constellations above. He sat beside her, their shoulders touching. "How are you holding up?" he asked softly. Daphne turned to him, her markings pulsing with a mix of emotions. "It's overwhelming, Paul. The pain they've endured, the fear. But also the hope. They're looking to us now." Paul reached out, taking her hand in his. The simple contact sent a surge of warmth through both of them. Without a word, they leaned into each other, sharing a moment of peace amidst the chaos of their situation. The next morning brought new challenges and revelations. Dr. Zim burst into the command tent, her scales shimmering with excitement. "Paul, Daphne, you need to see this," she said, brandishing a data pad. "I've been analyzing the information we retrieved from the Syndicate facility. There's a secret meeting scheduled on a nearby space station. High-ranking members of the Syndicate will be there." Zexlar, who had been assisting with the analysis, added, "The station is equipped with advanced cloaking technology. It's virtually undetectable by conventional means." Paul's mind raced with the possibilities. This could be our chance to strike at the heart of the Syndicate, if we could infiltrate that meeting. Daphne, sensing his thoughts, interjected, "It's incredibly risky, Paul. But I might have an idea." She explained her plan to use the unique abilities of the rescued Lumina to create a psychic camouflage. As they discussed the details of the potential mission, the gravity of what they were considering settled over them. Success could cripple the Syndicate's operations, but failure would likely mean capture or death. Paul began modifying one of the prototype ships, adapting it for their specific needs. Daphne worked with the rescued Lumina, helping them refine their newly enhanced abilities to create an effective psychic shield. Dr. Zan and Zexlar collaborated on countermeasures against potential mind control devices, their shared scientific passion evident in their rapid-fire exchange of ideas. As preparations intensified, Paul noticed growing unrest among some of the rescued individuals. Fear and uncertainty rippled through the camp. He found Daphne attempting to calm a group of agitated aliens. "We can't just leave them," one of the aliens was saying, its tentacles waving agitatedly. Daphne's markings pulsed soothingly. "We're not abandoning you. We're fighting to ensure your continued safety and freedom." Paul stepped in, his voice firm but compassionate. "I know you're scared. What you've been through. No one should have to endure that. But I promise you, we will do everything in our power to protect you and bring down the people responsible for your suffering." As the day of the mission approached, Paul gathered his chosen team for a final briefing. Daphne stood beside him, her presence a calming influence on the group. "This mission is voluntary," Paul said, looking each team member in the eye. "I won't order anyone to take on this level of risk. But if we succeed, we could deal a crippling blow to the Syndicate's entire operation." The team members exchanged glances, then one by one, they nodded their assent. The die was cast. As they made their final preparations, Paul pulled Daphne aside. They stood in the shadow of the modified prototype ship, the weight of their impending mission hanging between them. "Daphne," Paul began, his voice low, "I need you to know." Daphne placed a finger on his lips, her markings pulsing with a depth of emotion that needed no words. They embraced, holding each other tightly, drawing strength from their connection. As they broke apart, Paul's expression hardened with determination. He turned to the ship, Daphne at his side, ready to embark on their most dangerous mission yet. Yet, as Paul turned to board the ship, a commotion near the edge of the clearing caught his attention. A group of the rescued aliens approached, led by a Lumina whose markings pulsed with commitment. "Wait!" the Lumina called out, her voice carrying across the makeshift landing pad. "We want to join you on this mission." Paul exchanged a glance with Daphne, his brow furrowing. "It's too dangerous," he began, but the Lumina cut him off. "My name is Lyra," she said, stepping forward, "and we have first-hand experience with Syndicate technology and operations. We can help." Paul hesitated, weighing the risks against the potential benefits. He turned to Daphne, whose empathic abilities were far more refined than his own. "What do you think?" Daphne closed her eyes, reaching out with her mind to assess Lyra and her companions. After a moment, she opened them, her markings pulsing softly. "Their intentions are genuine, Paul, and they do possess unique skills that could prove invaluable." After a brief deliberation, Paul nodded. "All right, Lyra, you and 2 others can join us, but I need to know exactly what you bring to the table." Lyra gestured to a live, 4-armed alien beside her. "This is Zix. He's a mechanical engineering prodigy. And over here," she indicated a hulking, reptilian being, "is Crone. His natural camouflage abilities are unparalleled." Paul assessed the new additions quickly, his mind already recalibrating their plan. "Welcome aboard," he said, gesturing toward the ship. "We leave in 5 minutes. Gear up and prepare for a briefing en route." As the expanded team boarded the modified prototype ship, tension filled the air. Paul took his place at the helm, running through final pre-flight checks with practiced efficiency. Daphne settled into the co-pilot seat, her markings already beginning to pulse as she prepared to weave their psychic camouflage. The ship lifted off smoothly, quickly ascending through Haven's atmosphere. As they broke free of the planet's gravity well, Paul engaged the long-range sensors, scanning for any signs of Syndicate patrols. "All right, everyone," he called out, his voice carrying through the ship's internal comm system. "We're heading into hostile territory. Daphne and our Lumina allies will be maintaining a psychic shroud to mask our approach. But stay alert. We can't afford any mistakes." As they journeyed deeper into space, Paul skillfully navigated around known patrol routes and automated defense systems. The ship's engines hummed quietly, a testament to the advanced technology they'd salvaged from the Syndicate facility. Hours passed in tense silence, broken only by occasional updates from the sensor array and quiet discussions among the team. As they neared the coordinates of the hidden Syndicate station, Paul's grip on the controls tightened. "We're approaching the target zone," he announced. "Daphne, how's our camouflage holding up?" Daphne's markings pulsed rapidly, her concentration evident in the set of her jaw. "Stable for now, but I can feel the strain. We need to move quickly once we're inside." Suddenly, the vast expanse of empty space before them shimmered, revealing a massive structure that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. The Syndicate station loomed ahead, its design a mix of sleek efficiency and imposing fortifications. "There," Zexlar said, pointing to a barely visible access point on the station's underbelly. "That maintenance dock is rarely used. It's our best chance for a covert entry." Paul nodded, his hands dancing across the controls as he maneuvered the ship toward the indicated dock. With expert precision, he guided them into the narrow opening, bypassing the main security checkpoints. As the ship settled into place with a soft thud, Paul turned to address the team. "Remember the plan. We split into 3 groups. My team will locate and infiltrate the main meeting chamber. Daphne, your group is responsible for accessing the central computer core. Dr. Zan and Zexlar, you'll handle sabotaging the station's power and life support systems as our backup plan." The team nodded, their faces set with commitment. As they prepared to disembark, Paul caught Daphne's eye. Without a word, they shared a moment of silent communication, drawing strength from their connection. "Let's move," Paul said, activating the ship's airlock. The team filed out into the maintenance dock, their senses on high alert. The station's interior was a maze of gleaming corridors and pulsing energy conduits. Paul's group, consisting of himself, Lyra, and Crone, took point, moving swiftly but cautiously through the winding passageways. As they rounded a corner, Paul held up a hand, signaling the others to stop. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from an adjacent corridor. Paul glanced at Crone, who nodded in understanding. The reptilian alien scales shifted, blending seamlessly with the metallic walls. A patrol of 4 guards appeared, their eyes glazed over, clear signs of mind control. Before they could react, Crone sprang from his camouflage position, tackling 2 of the guards. Paul and Lyra moved in perfect synchronization, swiftly incapacitating the remaining 2 with precise, non-lethal strikes. "Nice work," Paul said, already moving to secure the guards' uniforms and access cards. "This should help us blend in. Let's keep moving." As they continued deeper into the station, Paul received a mental update from Daphne. Her team had reached the computer core, but faced an unexpected obstacle. A biometric scanner keyed to high-ranking Syndicate members. "Zix," Paul relayed to their secure comm link, "Daphne's team needs your expertise at the computer core. Can you make it there without compromising your mission?" "Affirmative," came Zix's reply. "I'm on my way." Paul's group pressed on, drawing closer to the heart of the station where the Syndicate leaders were gathered. As they approached the antechamber of the main meeting room, voices drifted through the door. Heated discussions about expanding operations into new star systems. Using his long-range empathic link with Daphne, Paul relayed this information to the rest of the team. The urgency of their mission became even more apparent. Suddenly, alarms began to blare throughout the station. Paul's heart raced as he realized their presence had been detected. "Change of plans," he announced through the comm link. "Dr. Zan Zexlar, initiate the sabotage now. We need that diversion." As chaos erupted around them, Paul made a split-second decision. "We're going in," he told Lyra and Crone. "Get ready for a fight." With a nod to his companions, Paul reached for the door controls, preparing to confront the Syndicate leaders directly. The mission had taken an unexpected turn, but failure was not an option. Whatever lay on the other side of that door, Paul knew that the fate of countless beings across the galaxy hung in the balance. Balance. With a deep breath, Paul pressed the door control. The panel slid open, revealing a scene of chaos. The syndicate leaders, caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, scrambled for weapons and cover. Paul, Lyra, and Crone burst into action, their carefully planned assault unfolding with precision. Lyra's psychic abilities flared, creating a momentary disorientation among the syndicate members. Crone's camouflage allowed him to move unseen, disarming several opponents before they could react. Paul, his combat training kicking in, engaged the nearest threat with swift, efficient movements. The fight was intense but brief. Within minutes, the syndicate leaders were subdued, their shocked expressions a testament to the effectiveness of the surprise attack. Paul quickly secured the room, his eyes scanning for potential escape routes or hidden dangers. Daphne, status report. He called through the comm link. Computer core secured, came her response, her voice tight with concentration. Zix is extracting data now. We've hit the jackpot, Paul. The amount of information here. It's staggering. Good work, Paul replied, relief evident in his tone. Dr. Zan Zexlar, how's the sabotage going? Systems compromised, Zexlar reported. Life support and power grids are under our control. We can shut the station down at your command. Paul nodded, though they couldn't see him. Hold off for now. We need to finish the data extraction first. As the team worked to secure their prisoners and gather intelligence, alarms continued to blare throughout the station. The sound of distant explosions and weapons fire echoed through the corridors, evidence of the chaos they'd unleashed. Paul, Daphne's voice came through the comm again, urgency in her tone. We've got a problem. I'm detecting a massive energy buildup in the station's core. I think they're activating some kind of self-destruct mechanism. Paul's mind raced, weighing their options. How long do we have? 10 minutes, maybe less, Daphne replied. All right, everyone, change your plans, Paul announced. Grab what you can and head back to the ship. We're leaving now. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic activity. Paul and his team herded their captives towards the maintenance dock where their ship waited. Daphne's group, their arms full of data storage devices, met them halfway. Dr. Zan and Zexlar brought up the rear, having rigged the station systems to buy them extra time. As they approached their ship, a group of guards rounded the corner, weapons raised. Paul tensed, ready for another fight, but Lyra stepped forward. Her markings pulsed with intense light as she unleashed a powerful psychic blast. The guards crumpled to the ground unconscious. Nice work, Paul said, impressed by the display of her enhanced abilities. They piled into the ship, Paul taking the helm once more. As Daphne settled into the co-pilot seat, her markings still pulsing from maintaining their psychic camouflage, Paul engaged the engines. The ship shot out of the maintenance dock, just as the first explosions began to rock the Syndicate station. Paul skillfully navigated through the debris field, pushing the engines to their limits. Behind them, the massive structure began to break apart, secondary explosions tearing it to pieces. As they cleared the danger zone, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ship. Paul set a course for Haven, his mind already racing with the implications of their successful mission. The journey back to Haven was tense but uneventful. The team took turns interrogating their prisoners, gleaning what information they could. Most remained stubbornly silent, but one, a high-ranking official named Victor Kane, showed signs of cracking under Daphne's empathic pressure. As they approached Haven, Paul opened a channel to the makeshift control center they'd established. Haven Base, this is Paul. Mission accomplished. Prepare for our arrival and have a secure holding area ready for prisoners. The response came quickly, filled with excitement and relief. Copy that, Paul. Welcome home. We'll be ready for you. Paul guided the ship into Haven's atmosphere, the lush landscape of their adopted home coming into view. As they touched down on the improvised landing pad, Paul saw a crowd gathering to meet them. The faces of the rescued aliens, once filled with fear and despair, now shone with hope and anticipation. Stepping out of the ship, Paul was immediately surrounded by cheers and congratulations. He raised a hand, calling for quiet. "We've struck a significant blow against the syndicate," he announced, his voice carrying across the clearing. "But our work is far from finished. What we've learned today will shape our next steps." As the crowd dispersed and the prisoners were led away, Paul turned to Daphne. Her markings pulsed weakly, evidence of the strain she'd been under. "You did amazing work today," he said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Daphne smiled tiredly. "We all did. But Paul, the things we found in their database, it's worse than we thought. The syndicate's operations are vast, spanning multiple sectors. And there's something called Project Harvest that we need to investigate immediately." Paul nodded gravely. "All right, let's get everyone together for a debrief. We need to analyze everything we've learned and plan our next move." As they walked towards a command center, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that their victory today, significant as it was, had only scratched the surface of the syndicate's operations. The real challenge lay ahead, but looking at the determined faces around him, Paul knew they were ready to face whatever came next. As Paul and his team settled into the rhythm of analyzing the vast trove of intelligence gathered from the syndicate station, an urgent alert shattered their focus. The proximity sensors blared, signaling the approach of multiple unidentified vessels. "We've got company," Zexlar announced, his eyes fixed on the holographic display. A small fleet of syndicate ships just entered the system. Paul's teeth gritted. They must have tracked the energy signatures from our prototype vessels. "We need to move, now." He turned to Lyra, who stood at attention, awaiting orders. "Lyra, I need you to lead the evacuation. Get our most vulnerable community members to the underground shelters. You know the drill." Lyra nodded, her eyes glinting with tenacity. "I'm on it." As she rushed off to coordinate the evacuation, Paul locked eyes with Daphne. "We need to buy time. Can you work with the Lumina to create a large-scale psychic camouflage?" Daphne's markings pulsed in response. "It'll be a strain, but we'll give it everything we've got." Paul squeezed her shoulder, then turned to address the others. "Zix, I need you two to use the prototype stealth tech. Create false sensor readings. Make it look like we've got a much larger defensive fleet than we actually do." As the team sprang into action, Paul watched the incoming syndicate ships on the tactical display. The deception seemed to be working. The enemy fleet's formation wavered, clearly hesitating in the face of the perceived threat. Amidst the controlled chaos, a guard approached Paul. "Sir, the prisoner Victor Kane is requesting to speak with you. He says he can help." Paul's eyes narrowed. "Bring him here, but keep him restrained." When Kane was brought before him, Paul studied the man's face. Gone was the arrogant syndicate official they'd captured. In his place stood a man visibly shaken by the approaching fleet. "I can negotiate with them," Kane said, his voice hoarse. "In exchange for my freedom." Paul glanced at Daphne, who nodded almost imperceptibly. She'd sensed something in Kane, a genuine fear that hinted at deeper divisions within the syndicate. "All right, Kane," Paul said, "but you'll do it under our terms." Dr. Zen stepped forward, holding a small device. "This will alter your vocal patterns slightly. It'll make it seem like you're under duress, without tipping them off to our presence." As Kane began his transmission to the syndicate fleet, Paul watched the tactical display intently. The enemy ships slowed their approach, then halted altogether. After a tense few minutes, they began to withdraw to the edge of the system. Paul allowed himself a small sigh of relief before refocusing on the larger mission. "All right, people, we bought ourselves some time, but we need to move fast." The Zeta Centauri mission is a go. He quickly divided their forces into 3 groups. The assault team he would lead personally, a support team for logistics and communications, and a defense team to protect Haven in their absence. As the final preparations were made, Paul found a moment alone with Daphne. The weight of what lay ahead hung heavy between them. "Daphne, Paul began, but words failed him. Daphne stepped closer, her markings pulsing softly. "I know," she said simply, before pulling him into a passionate kiss. When they parted, Paul saw his own mix of emotions reflected in Daphne's eyes. Hope, fear, purpose, and something deeper that neither of them had dared name until now. The moment was broken by Zexlar's voice over the comm. "We're ready for launch, Paul." As they boarded the prototype ship, now dripping with improvements thanks to Zexlar and Zix's tireless work, Paul received a final transmission from Commander Vargas. "We've rallied a small group of loyal ships," she reported. "We'll rendezvous with you in the Zeta Centauri system." "Good luck, Paul." The prototype ship slipped past the watchful Syndicate vessels at the system's edge, cloaked by Daphne's psychic camouflage. As they entered hyperspace, Dr. Zen approached Paul with excitement in her eyes. "I've done it," she said, holding up a small device. "This can broadcast a signal to disrupt the Syndicate's control devices across an entire planet. We could free thousands at once." Paul nodded, hope rising in his chest. "Excellent work, Doctor. This could be the key to turning the tide." As they neared the Zeta Centauri system, long-range scans painted a grim picture. Dozens of Syndicate ships surrounded 3 inhabited planets, poised for a massive coordinated abduction. Paul's mind raced, formulating a plan. "We'll use Vargas's ships as a diversion. They'll engage the Syndicate fleet while we slip through their defenses. Daphne, I need you and the Lumina ready for the most powerful psychic assault you've ever attempted." As they entered the system, the enormity of what they faced became clear. The fate of entire populations hung in the balance. Paul looked around at his team, Daphne, Dr. Zan, and the brave individuals who joined their cause. Each face showed a mix of fear and commitment. "This is it," Paul said, his voice steady. "Everything we've fought for comes down to this moment. Let's make it count." With that, he gave the signal. Commander Vargas's ships burst into the system, weapons blazing. As the Syndicate fleet turned to engage this unexpected threat, Paul guided their prototype ship through the chaos, hurtling towards the heart of Project Harvest. As they entered the Zeta Centauri system, chaos erupted before them. Massive Syndicate slave ships descended upon 3 inhabited planets, their sinister purpose all too clear. Commander Vargas's loyal vessels burst into action, engaging the Syndicate fleet in a fierce space battle that lit up the void. Paul expertly piloted their prototype ship through the mayhem, the advanced stealth technology rendering them nearly invisible to Syndicate sensors. Beside him, Daphne and the Lumina aboard concentrated their psychic abilities, weaving an empathic field that further masked their presence. As they approached the largest of the 3 planets, Dr. Zan's voice crackled over the comm, activating the anti-slave control broadcast. "Now!" The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. Across the planet's surface, thousands of control devices malfunctioned simultaneously. Through the ship's view screen, Paul watched as the carefully orchestrated abduction plans began to unravel. Syndicate ships veered off course, their enslaved workforce suddenly free of their influence. "It's working," Daphne breathed, her markings pulsing with excitement. "I can feel the surge of emotions from the surface: confusion, hope, anger." Seizing the opportunity, Paul directed their ship towards the Syndicate's primary command vessel, a massive cruiser coordinating the harvest operation. "Everyone, prepare for boarding. We're going in." Using the confusion caused by the malfunctioning control devices, Paul executed a daring maneuver, bringing their ship alongside the cruiser's hull. The assault team quickly donned their combat gear, and moved to the airlock. "Remember the plan," Paul said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "2 teams. I'll lead Alpha to secure the bridge. Daphne, you take Beta and find the captives. Move fast, stay in contact, and watch each other's backs." With a hiss of depressurization, the breaching pods launched, burrowing into the Syndicate vessel's hull. Paul led the charge, his team flooding into the alien corridors. Almost immediately, they encountered resistance. Syndicate security forces poured from side passages, energy weapons flashing. Paul ducked behind a bulkhead, returning fire with practiced precision. "Push forward," he shouted over the din of battle. "We need to reach the bridge." As they fought their way through the ship, Paul's mercenary training came to the fore. He moved with fluid grace, outmaneuvering the Syndicate forces at every turn. His team followed his lead, slowly but steadily making progress towards their goal. Meanwhile, Daphne guided her team deeper into the bowels of the ship. Her empathic abilities proved invaluable, allowing her to navigate the labyrinthine interior by sensing the fear and desperation of the captives. "This way," she urged, her markings pulsing with exertion. "I can feel them." So many minds, so much pain. As they rounded a corner, Daphne stopped short. Before them stretched a vast chamber, its walls lined with hundreds of stasis pods. Each contained a captive from various alien races, suspended in eerie silence. "By the stars," one of her team members whispered. Daphne approached the nearest pod, her heart pounding. Inside was Illumina, a young female with markings strikingly similar to her own. Without hesitation, she began the process of reviving and freeing the captives. "Start with the active pods," she ordered her team. "We need to get as many out as we can before dash." Her words were cut off by a violent shudder that ran through the ship. Over the comm, Dr. Zan's voice rang out, tinged with urgency. "Long-range sensors are detecting a massive Syndicate reinforcement fleet entering the system. They're led by a commander named Vextor." Paul's voice followed, tight with tension. "Daphne, we need to accelerate. I'm almost at the bridge. Get those captives free and prepare for immediate evacuation." As Daphne worked to free more prisoners, she felt a hand on her arm. The young Lumina she'd first noticed was awake, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and drive. "I'm Arya," she said, her voice hoarse from disuse. "I can help. I understand these systems." Without waiting for a response, Arya moved to a nearby control panel. Her hands flew over the alien interface with surprising skill, and suddenly, pods began opening all around them. On the bridge, Paul found himself locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the Syndicate captain, a towering reptilian alien named Zark. The two warriors clashed across the command center, control panels sparking and alarms blaring. Paul ducked under a vicious swipe of Zark's clawed hand, retaliating with a series of quick strikes to the alien's midsection. Despite the Syndicate captain's superior strength, Paul's agility and combat experience kept him in the fight. With a desperate lunge, Paul managed to get his arm around Zark's throat. The alien thrashed, but Paul held on, applying pressure until the massive body went limp. Without pausing to catch his breath, he rushed to the ship's main console. "Bridge secured," he announced over the comm. "Daphne status?" "We're moving as fast as we can," came the reply. "We've freed hundreds, but there are still more." Paul's fingers flew over the alien controls, his mind racing. Outside, he could see Commander Vargas's forces beginning to buckle under the assault from Vextor's reinforcement fleet. The tide of the battle was turning against them. In a bold move, Paul turned the Syndicate cruiser's weapons against its own fleet. The unexpected reversal caught Vextor off guard, giving Vargas's forces a momentary advantage. "Dr. Zan," Paul called out, "I need you to boost the anti-control broadcast to maximum power. Use this ship systems to amplify it across the entire system. As the doctor worked her technological magic, the effect rippled across space. Slave ships lost control, syndicate weapon systems malfunctioned, and the carefully planned Project Harvest fell into complete disarray. Vextor's voice crackled over the ship's comm, filled with rage and disbelief. What is happening? All units, fall back. I repeat, fall back. The Syndicate reinforcement fleet began to withdraw, leaving behind a trail of disabled ships and confused forces. Paul allowed himself a small smile of triumph, but it was short-lived. A new transmission came through, this time from Haven. The message was garbled, but the meaning was clear. The Syndicate ships they had evaded earlier had begun a full-scale assault on the planet. Paul's heart sank as he realized the true cost of their victory here. They had dealt a significant blow to Project Harvest and freed hundreds of captives, but their home and allies on Haven were now in grave danger. As Daphne and her team arrived on the bridge with the last of the freed captives, Paul met her eyes. No words were needed. They both understood the gravity of their situation. "Prepare for immediate departure," Paul announced, his voice carrying across the bridge. "We're headed back to Haven." As they began to consolidate their gains and prepare for the desperate race home, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that the true test of their determination lay ahead. The Syndicate had been bloodied but not defeated, and the fate of Haven, and potentially their entire movement, hung in the balance. With a determined set to his jaw, Paul engaged the ship's engines. The commandeered Syndicate cruiser, now packed with freed captives and allies, turned away from the chaos of the Zeta Centauri system and accelerated towards an uncertain future. The massive Syndicate cruiser, now under their control, accelerated towards Haven, leaving behind the chaos of the Zeta Centauri system. As they raced through hyperspace, the gravity of their situation became increasingly clear. Updates from Haven's makeshift defense force painted a grim picture. The Syndicate attack had intensified beyond their worst fears. "Paul, you need to see this," Dr. Zen called out, her voice tight with concern. She brought up a holographic display of Haven, surrounded by a swarm of red dots representing Syndicate vessels. Paul's eyes sharp as he watched energy beams lancing down from the orbiting ships, striking the planet's surface. "They're bombarding civilian areas," he growled. A transmission crackled through, distorted but recognizable as Lyra's voice. "Ground troops landing. Struggling to hold them off. Underground shelters. Won't last long." The message cut off abruptly, leaving a heavy silence on the bridge. Paul's mind raced, formulating a plan even as his heart ached for those they'd left behind. "We need to divide our forces," he announced, turning to address the crew and newly freed captives. "Half our ships will continue directly to Haven. The other half will take a longer route, approaching from the opposite side of the planet." Daphne's eyes widened as she grasped the strategy. "A pincer movement," she said. "Catch them off guard." Paul nodded, a grim smile on his face. "Exactly. We'll split their attention and firepower." As they neared the Haven system, Daphne felt a gentle touch on her arm. It was Arya, the young Lumina they'd rescued from the Syndicate ship. "I want to help," Arya said, her markings pulsing with grit. "You saved me. Let me use my abilities to aid your cause." Daphne studied the young Lumina for a moment, then nodded. "Together, we might be able to create a psychic field strong enough to disrupt their sensors and communications." The two Lumina retreated to a quiet corner of the bridge, joining hands as they began to concentrate. The air around them seemed to shimmer as their combined psychic energy built. Dr. Zen approached Paul, holding up a small device. "I've modified the anti-control broadcast," she explained. "Once we're in range, we can blanket the entire planet. It should free any controlled Syndicate forces on the ground." Paul clasped her shoulder. "Excellent work, Doctor. Be ready to activate at the moment we enter the system." The sensors chimed, indicating their imminent arrival. Paul took his place at the helm, hands hovering over the controls. "All ships, prepare for battle," he commanded over the comm. "Remember, our people are down there. Let's bring them home." With a flash of light, they dropped out of hyperspace into chaos. The space around Haven was filled with Syndicate ships, energy weapons crisscrossing the void. On the planet's surface, explosions bloomed like deadly flowers. Paul didn't hesitate. He pushed the captured cruiser into a steep dive, leading the charge against the orbiting Syndicate fleet. Behind him, the bridge erupted into a flurry of activity as the crew worked to coordinate their makeshift armada. "Dr. Zan now," Paul shouted as they entered range. The scientist activated her device, sending out a powerful signal that washed over the planet. The effect was immediate and dramatic. On the ground, Syndicate troops stumbled and stopped, their control devices short-circuiting. Lyra's voice came through again, stronger this time. "Paul, whatever you just did, it's working. The invaders are in disarray." As Paul expertly maneuvered the cruiser through the space battle, he saw Syndicate ships veering off course, their enslaved crews suddenly free of control. Daphne and Arya, still deep in concentration, had created a palpable field of psychic energy. Syndicate sensors went haywire, their communications reduced to static. "Second wave incoming," called out one of the bridge crew. From the far side of Haven, the other half of their fleet emerged from hyperspace. Caught between two forces, the Syndicate fleet began to break apart. "Push the advantage," Paul ordered, his hands flying over the controls as he brought their ship around for another attack run. The battle raged on, energy beams and missiles crisscrossing space. Paul's expert piloting and intimate knowledge of Syndicate tactics allowed him to outmaneuver the enemy's ships, inflicting heavy damage while minimizing losses to his own fleet. On the ground, Lyra coordinated with Daphne telepathically, guiding Haven's defenders to weak points in the Syndicate's ground assault. The tide began to turn as the planet's inhabitants pushed back against their would-be conquerors. After what seemed like hours of intense combat, the Syndicate commander's voice crackled over an open channel. "All units, fall back. Retreat." Paul watched with grim satisfaction as the remaining Syndicate ships fled the system, many trailing debris and venting atmosphere. He brought their captured cruiser into a landing trajectory, eager to assess the situation on the ground. As they touched down on Haven's battle-scarred surface, Paul saw Lyra approaching, her face smudged with dirt and her clothing singed. Despite her battered appearance, her eyes shone with triumph. "We did it," she said as Paul and Daphne disembarked. "We drove them off." Paul nodded, but his expression remained serious. "For now," he replied, "but our security has been compromised. We need to find a new home for our people." As they began to discuss their next moves, Zexlar and Zix approached, excitement evident in their alien features. "Paul, Daphne, you must see what we found," Zexlar chittered. "In the wreckage of a downed Syndicate ship, a data core. It contains encrypted information about other Syndicate bases and operations." Paul's eyes widened at the implications. With this intelligence, they could take the fight directly to the heart of the Syndicate's operations. As night fell on Haven, the inhabitants began the monumental task of rebuilding and preparing to relocate. Paul found a quiet moment alone with Daphne, away from the bustle of the recovery efforts. "We've dealt them a significant blow," he said softly, taking her hands in his. Daphne's markings pulsed gently as she met his gaze. "But the Syndicate is far from defeated," she finished his thought. Paul nodded, pulling her closer. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, the physical connection mirroring the deep bond forged through their shared struggles. As they parted, Paul's mind was already racing with plans for their next move. With their newly bolstered forces and the intelligence from the captured data core, they had a real chance to strike at the Syndicate's power base. The battle for Haven was over, but the war against the interstellar slave trade was just beginning to heat up. Paul, Daphne, and their allies stood ready to take the fight to the enemy, knowing that the fate of countless lives across the galaxy hung in the balance. Balance. Paul gazed at the stars visible through the viewport, his mind already racing with plans for their next move. "We need to relocate," he announced, turning to face the gathered leadership of their resistance. "Haven security has been compromised. We can't risk another attack here." Lyra nodded in agreement. "I know of a remote moon in a nearby system. It's habitable, with dense forests and vast cave systems. Perfect for concealment." "Sanctuary," Daphne said softly, her markings pulsing with approval. "That's what we'll call it." Over the next few weeks, the resistance movement worked tirelessly to evacuate Haven and establish their new base on the moon christened Sanctuary. Paul oversaw the construction of a fortified command center within the largest cave system, his hands calloused from the physical labor. Using salvage syndicate technology, he and Dr. Zen set up an advanced early warning system around the moon. Meanwhile, Daphne coordinated with Arya and other Lumina to create a planet-wide psychic shield, further masking their presence from potential detection. As the relocation efforts progressed, doctors had made a breakthrough in analyzing the encrypted data core they'd recovered. "Paul, Daphne, you need to see this," she called out, her eyes wide with excitement and concern. They gathered around a holographic display, watching as Dr. Zen pulled up a set of coordinates. "It's a secret syndicate research facility," she explained, "located on a gas giant's moon in a nearby system. But that's not the worst part." She tapped a few commands, bringing up schematics of a neural interface. "They're developing new slave control technology. If they succeed, our current countermeasures will be useless." Paul's eyes sharp. "Then we have no choice. We need to take it out." He assembled a strike team, including Daphne, Zexlar, and a group of specially trained operatives from various alien species they'd rescued. As they prepared for the mission, Paul and Daphne found a quiet moment alone. Their eyes met, unspoken words passing between them. Without a word, they came together, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss. That night, they made love, their bodies intertwining as if trying to memorize every touch, every sensation, in case it was their last. The next morning, the strike team boarded a modified stealth ship. As they approached the gas giant, they encountered an unexpected obstacle: a massive syndicate mining operation extracting rare elements from the planet's atmosphere. "Change of plans," Paul announced, his hands moving swiftly over the controls. "We'll use the planet's magnetic field to mask our approach. It'll be a rough ride, but it's our best shot at getting through undetected." The ship plunged into the gas giant's turbulent atmosphere, buffeted by intense storms. Alarms blared as several critical systems overloaded. "Zexlar, we need those systems back online for our escape," Paul called out as they made a hard landing on the moon's surface. While Zexlar worked on repairs, Paul led the rest of the team towards a research facility. They used personal cloaking devices and luminous psychic abilities to bypass the outer defenses. Inside, they discovered the true horror of the Syndicate's new technology. Test subjects lay strapped to tables, neural interfaces embedded in their skulls. "We need to destroy this place," Daphne whispered, her voice tight with anger and revulsion. As they moved to plant explosives, they came across a group of captives being prepared for implantation. Among them was a human scientist, his eyes wild with fear and desperation. "Please," he gasped, "I'm Dr. Marcus Webb. They took me for my expertise in neurotechnology. You have to stop them." Paul made a split-second decision. "Change of plans. We're taking the captives with us." They freed the prisoners, with Daphne using her empathic abilities to keep them calm. But as they worked, alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. "Intruder alert! All security personnel to Sector 7." Paul cursed under his breath. So much for the stealth approach. Everyone, prepare for combat. The team took up defensive positions as Syndicate forces converged on their location. Energy weapons fire filled the air, the acrid smell of ozone mixing with the metallic tang of blood. Through the chaos, a towering figure emerged. She was clearly not human, with mottled green skin and 4 arms, each ending in razor-sharp claws. Her eyes glowed with a predatory light as she focused on Paul. "I am Vexlora," she growled, her voice sending chills down Paul's spine. "And you have made a grave mistake coming here." Paul raised his weapon, but Vexlora was faster. With inhuman speed, she closed the distance between them, her claws slashing through the air. Paul barely managed to dodge, feeling the wind from her strike ruffle his hair. The two engaged in a deadly dance, Paul's agility and combat experience barely keeping him ahead of Vexlora's augmented strength and reflexes. They crashed through laboratory equipment, sending sparks flying and triggering chain reactions in the delicate machinery. Meanwhile, Daphne coordinated the team's defense, her psychic abilities sowing confusion among the Syndicate forces. Dr. Webb, despite his weakened state, provided crucial information about the facility's layout, guiding them towards an escape route. As the battle raged on, the facility began to destabilize. Explosions rocked the structure, and warning klaxons blared. Paul realized they were running out of time. With a desperate move, he managed to outmaneuver Vexlora, landing a crushing blow that sent her crashing into a bank of computers. Sparks erupted, and the Syndicate enforcer's body convulsed as electricity coursed through her augmented form. "Everyone, back to the ship," Paul shouted, rejoining Daphne and the others. They fought their way through waves of Syndicate forces, guiding the rescued captives through the chaos. As they reached the exit, they could see their ship in the distance, Zexlar standing at the open hatch, waving frantically. "Go, go, go!" Paul urged, providing covering fire as the others sprinted across the open ground. They piled into the ship, the hatch barely closing before Paul launched them into the turbulent atmosphere. The facility exploded behind them, the shockwave buffeting their already damaged vessel. Paul's hands flew over the controls, his face a mask of concentration as he navigated through magnetic storms and debris fields. Syndicate ships appeared on their sensors, giving chase. "Zexlar, we need more power to the engines." Paul called out, "I'm giving it all she's got, Captain." The alien engineer replied, his multiple limbs working furiously at the ship systems. With a final burst of speed, they broke free of the gas giant's atmosphere, quickly plotting a course back to Sanctuary. As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, Dr. Webb approached Paul and Daphne. "I can't thank you enough for the rescue," he said, his voice hoarse. "And I think I can repay you. I have information, vital intelligence about other Syndicate operations and key figures within the organization." Paul and Daphne exchanged a look, hope and drive reflected in their eyes. They had dealt a significant blow to the Syndicate today, but the war was nowhere near the end. With Dr. Webb's information and their growing resistance movement, they finally had a chance to strike at the heart of the Syndicate's power. As Sanctuary came into view, Paul allowed himself a small smile. They had a long fight ahead, but for the first time since this all began, he felt like they truly had a chance to win. Win. The thought was both exhilarating and daunting. As they docked at Sanctuary's concealed landing bay, the full weight of their recent victories settled over the team. Paul helped Dr. Webb disembark, noting the scientist's unsteady gait and haunted eyes. Despite his ordeal, Dr. Webb's face shone with persistence. "We need to start analyzing the data immediately," Webb insisted, his voice hoarse but urgent. Paul nodded, guiding him towards the command center. "Dr. Zen is already working on it. Let's see what she's uncovered." They found Dr. Zen hunched over a holographic display, her multifaceted eyes reflecting streams of data. As they entered, She looked up, her antennae twitching with excitement and concern. "Paul, you need to see this," she said, gesturing them closer. The hologram expanded, revealing a star map with a pulsing red marker. Dr. Zen manipulated the controls, zooming in on a moon orbiting a gas giant. "We've uncovered evidence of a massive syndicate operation in this system," she explained. "They're calling it Project Eclipse. It's staggering in scale." Dr. Webb leaned in, his eyes widening as he absorbed the information. "This is far beyond anything I was aware of," he whispered. "The number of slaves being processed here, it must be in the tens of thousands." Paul felt a chill run down his spine. The implications were horrifying, but he forced himself to focus on the tactical possibilities. "Any weaknesses we can exploit?" Dr. Webb nodded slowly, his mind clearly racing. "Perhaps. The security protocols I helped develop. There might be a vulnerability we can use to infiltrate undetected." Over the next few days, Sanctuary buzzed with activity as they prepared for their most ambitious mission yet. Paul worked closely with Dr. Webb, poring over schematics and security protocols. They identified a potential blind spot in the facility's defenses, a maintenance airlock that could serve as their entry point. Meanwhile, Daphne gathered the Lumina, including Arya, in a secluded chamber. The air hummed with psychic energy as they practiced new techniques for long-range empathic communication and sensory manipulation. "Focus," Daphne instructed, her markings pulsing steadily. "Extend your awareness beyond yourself, beyond this room. Feel the emotions of those around you, like ripples in a pond." Arya's face scrunched in concentration, then relaxed as she successfully linked with another Lumina across the base. "I can sense Zix. He's excited about something." In the engineering bay, Zexlar and Zix worked tirelessly on a captured Syndicate shuttle. Sparks flew as they integrated advanced cloaking technology and modified the engines for improved maneuverability. "Pass me the phase inverter," Zexlar chittered to Zix, his multiple limbs a blur of motion as he recalibrated the shuttle's power core. Zix complied, then returned to crafting a series of compact explosives. "These should pack enough punch to take out their main reactor," he said, carefully placing the finished devices in a shielded container. As the preparations intensified, Paul and Daphne found moments of respite together. One evening, they stood on a secluded observation deck, gazing at the stars visible through Sanctuary's camouflage exterior. Paul pulled Daphne close, feeling the warmth of her body against his. "Are you ready for this?" he asked softly. Daphne's markings pulsed with a mix of emotions: willpower, anxiety, love. "As ready as I'll ever be," she replied, turning to face him. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, conveying all the words left unspoken between them. The day of the mission arrived. Paul assembled his team in the shuttle bay: Daphne, Dr. Webb, Zexlar, and a handful of their most skilled operatives. Each had been chosen for their unique abilities and experience in combating Syndicate forces. "This won't be easy," Paul addressed the group, his voice steady and determined. "Project Eclipse is the largest Syndicate operation we've ever encountered. But if we succeed, we'll deal a crippling blow to their slave trade. Remember your training. Watch each other's backs, and we'll make it through this." They boarded the modified shuttle, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Paul took the pilot seat, his hands moving confidently over the controls as they launched from Sanctuary. The journey to the Project Eclipse system was fraught with danger. As they approached, they encountered an unexpected obstacle: a massive Syndicate fleet conducting military exercises. "Evasive maneuvers," Paul called out, his fingers dancing across the controls. The shuttle banked sharply, narrowly avoiding detection by a passing cruiser. Daphne closed her eyes, extending her empathic senses. "Two patrol ships approaching from the port side," she warned. "They seem suspicious." Paul gritted his teeth, relying on Daphne's insights to thread their way through the fleet's patrol patterns. After several tense minutes, they finally broke free, the barren moon housing project eclipse looming before them. As they approached the maintenance airlock, Zexlar interfaced with the facility systems, creating a security blind spot. Now, he announced. Paul brought the shuttle in for a silent landing. The team disembarked swiftly, entering the facility just as a patrol of Syndicate guards passed by. Inside, the true scale of Project Eclipse became apparent. Vast chambers stretched in every direction, filled with rows upon rows of stasis pods. Each pod contained a captive being, humans, Lumina, and countless other species Paul didn't recognize. Dr. Webb's face was ashen as he took in the sight. "This way," he whispered, leading them towards a central control hub. "We can access the main systems from there." As they moved through the facility, planting explosives at key structural points, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The security seemed too lax, the corridors too empty. His instincts proved correct as alarms suddenly blared throughout the complex. A booming voice echoed over the intercom. "Intruder alert! All security forces converge on Sector 7. They've made us!" Paul shouted. "Everyone, stick to the plan. We finish this mission no matter what." The team scattered, each racing to complete their assigned tasks as the sound of approaching Syndicate forces echoed through the corridors. Paul and Daphne found themselves cornered in a processing chamber, energy weapons fire sizzling past their heads. As they took cover behind a bank of computers, Paul caught a glimpse of a towering figure approaching, a Syndicate official with cybernetic enhancements glinting in the harsh light. "I am Vexthor," the figure growled, its voice sending chills down Paul's spine. "And you have made a grave mistake coming here." Paul readied his weapon, exchanging a determined look with Daphne. The fate of countless enslaved beings hung in the balance, and they had no intention of failing now. As Vexthor advanced, Paul steeled himself for the fight of his life, knowing that the success of their mission and the future of their resistance depended on what happened next. In the next few moments, Paul's grip tightened on his weapon as Vexthor closed the distance, cybernetic enhancements glinting menacingly. Suddenly, the facility rocked with a series of explosions. Alarms blared, their urgent wails echoing through the corridors. Paul seized the moment of distraction, shoving Daphne towards cover as energy blasts sizzled past them. "We need to split up," Paul shouted over the chaos. "I'll finish planning the charges. You get to the control hub and help the others." Daphne's markings pulsed with concern, but she nodded, understanding the necessity. They shared a quick, fierce look before darting off in opposite directions. Paul sprinted through the maze-like facility, his mercenary training kicking in as he encountered waves of Syndicate security forces. He ducked, rolled, and weaved through their fire, using the environment to his advantage. In one fluid motion, he vaulted over a control panel, using it as cover while he took out 3 guards with precise shots. As he placed charges at key structural points, Paul's mind raced, cataloging every turn and obstacle. He could hear the sounds of battle echoing from other parts of the facility, hoping his team was holding their own. Meanwhile, Daphne reunited with Arya in a corridor near the central hub. The two Lumina locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Together, they reached out with their empathic abilities, creating a psychic web that ensnared an approaching group of Syndicate guards. The guards stumbled, their movements becoming uncoordinated as confusion clouded their minds. Some fired wildly at imaginary targets, while others simply stood frozen, unable to process the conflicting sensory input. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dr. Webb and Zexlar slipped into the control hub. Webb's fingers flew over the main console, his face a mask of concentration as he accessed the facility's database. "This is unprecedented," he muttered, eyes widening at the information scrolling across the screen. The entire slave trade network, It's all here. Zexlar chittered in excitement, his multiple limbs working furiously at a nearby terminal. I've got access to the life support systems for the stasis pods, he announced, initiating wake-up sequence for the most capable captives. Throughout the facility, stasis pods began to hiss open. Disoriented captives of various species emerged, adding to the growing chaos. Some, quickly grasping the situation, began to assist in freeing others or engaging syndicate forces with makeshift weapons. As Paul finished planning the last explosive, a chilling voice rang out over the facility's comm system. "Attention, intruders!" Vexthor's tone was cold and calculating. "You've underestimated the resources at my disposal." A squad of syndicate troops rounded the corner, moving with unnatural synchronization. Their eyes glowed an eerie blue. All traces of individual will gone. Paul's blood ran cold as he realized these weren't ordinary soldiers. They were being controlled directly by Vexthor. He barely had time to dive for cover as the mind-controlled troops opened fire with terrifying precision. Paul's heart raced as he assessed his options, knowing he was outmatched in both numbers and coordination. Just then, Daphne's voice rang out in his mind, a product of their deepening empathic connection. "Paul, we're by the power core. Vexthor's here. We need you." Paul gritted his teeth, formulating a plan. He primed a smoke grenade, tossing it at the controlled troops. As thick smoke filled the corridor, he sprinted past them, using his knowledge of the facility's layout to take a shortcut towards the power core. The scene that greeted him was one of controlled chaos. Daphne was locked in a psychic duel with Vexthor, her markings pulsing rapidly as she fought against his technologically enhanced mind. Around them, the remaining team members battled the controlled troops in the cramped space of the power core chamber. Paul's entrance shifted the balance. He moved in perfect sync with Daphne, anticipating her movements as if they were extensions of each other. Together, they pushed back against Vexthor and his puppets. In the heat of the battle, a stray shot caught Paul in the shoulder. He stumbled, hissing in pain. The sight of his injury triggered something primal in Daphne. Her eyes blazed with an inner light, and she unleashed a massive empathic pulse that rippled through the chamber. The controlled troops faltered, their neural link to Vexthor temporarily severed. In that moment of confusion, Paul surged forward, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. He tackled Vexthor, grappling with the cybernetically enhanced syndicate official. Their struggle brought them dangerously close to the pulsing energy core. Paul could feel the heat on his skin, hear the crackle of raw power. With a final desperate effort, he slammed Vexthor's head against the control panel. Sparks flew, and the official's cybernetic implant sputtered and died. As Vexthor slumped to the ground, Paul turned to see the rest of his team had subdued the now liberated troops. "We need to move," he panted, clutching his injured shoulder. "Now!" They raced through the facility, gathering freed captives as they went. The corridors were a scene of pandemonium, alarms blaring, freed slaves fighting their former captors, and the ominous rumble of the charges they'd planted beginning to detonate. As they approached the maintenance airlock where their shuttle waited, Paul's calm crackled to life. "Captain," Zexlar's voice was urgent, "we have a problem. The Syndicate fleet is moving to blockade the moon. We won't make it through their lines in this shuttle." Paul's mind raced, searching for a solution as they ushered the freed captives into the shuttle. Then, a spark of inspiration hit him. "Zexlar, the facility's defense systems. Can you access them?" "Already on it," the alien engineer replied, his fingers dancing across a portable terminal. "Dr. Webb's clearance is giving me access to the weapon controls." As the last of the freed captives boarded the shuttle, Paul took the pilot's seat. He could see the Syndicate fleet moving into position through the view screen, a wall of ships blocking their escape. Suddenly, massive ion cannons on the moon's surface roared to life. Beams of energy lanced out, catching the Syndicate ships off guard. Explosions bloomed in the void of space as the facility's defenses turned against its own fleet. "That's our window," Paul announced, his hands flying over the controls. "Everyone hang on." The shuttle lurched forward, accelerating rapidly as it cleared the airlock. Paul's piloting skills were pushed to their limits as he navigated through the chaos of friendly fire and enemy ships. Daphne and Arya, seated behind him, reached out with their empathic senses, helping to anticipate the movements of enemy vessels. Energy beams and debris filled space around them as Paul wove a treacherous path through the battlefield. The shuttle's shield sparked and flared, barely holding against glancing hits and shrapnel. As they cleared the edge of the conflict, a series of massive explosions lit up the view screen behind them. The Project Eclipse facility erupted in a chain reaction of destruction, the charges they'd planted doing their work. With the immediate danger behind them, Paul set a course for Sanctuary. The shuttle, packed beyond capacity with freed captives, limped through space. Warning lights flashed on the console, indicating the need for emergency repairs. As Zexlar worked to keep their damaged systems functioning, Paul found a moment to breathe. He turned to Daphne, her markings still pulsing with the aftermath of the battle. Without a word, they fell into each other's arms, the adrenaline of their narrow escape and the weight of their victory overwhelming them. Their moment was interrupted by Dr. Webb's voice. "Captain," he said, his tone a mix of excitement and trepidation, "the data we recovered. It's far more extensive than we could have hoped, but it also reveals just how vast the Syndicate's operations truly are." Paul nodded grimly, feeling the weight of their ongoing struggle settle on his shoulders once more. As Sanctuary appeared in the distance, he knew their recent victory was just the beginning. The true scale of their fight against the Syndicate was only now becoming clear, and the challenges ahead would test them all. As the shuttle docked at Sanctuary, Paul knew their work was far from finished. The sudden influx of freed captives strained Sanctuary's resources to the breaking point. Corridors bustled with activity as volunteers scrambled to find accommodations, medical supplies, and food for the new arrivals. Paul stood in the command center, surveying a holographic display of their overtaxed systems. "We need to expand," he said, rubbing his temples. "Zexlar, what's the status on those scouting missions?" The multi-limbed alien engineer chittered as he manipulated the display. "3 teams deployed, Captain. Initial reports show promise on the 4th moon of Gallus Prime." Paul nodded, then turned to Daphne. Her markings pulsed with a mix of exhaustion and grit. "How are our guests settling in?" "As well as can be expected," she replied. "Dr. Webb and I are working on a rehabilitation program, but we're short on everything from medical supplies to basic necessities." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion in the corridor. A group of newly freed Shindi burst into the command center, their scaled skin flushed with agitation. "We demand to be returned to our home world," the lead Shindi hissed. "We did not ask to be part of your rebellion." Paul raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I understand your frustration, but returning you now would put both you and your planet at risk." "The Syndicate." "The Syndicate," another Shindi spat. "Always. It is the Syndicate. We are tired of being pawns in your war." Daphne stepped forward, her empathic senses reaching out to soothe the agitated aliens. "Please," she said softly, "give us a chance to help you recover. We're not keeping you prisoner here." As Daphne worked to calm the situation, Paul's communicator chirped. "Captain," Aria's voice came through, "you're needed in Hangar Bay 3. The scouting team from Epsilon 6 has returned with something interesting." Paul exchanged a glance with Daphne, who nodded that she had the situation under control. He hurried to the hangar, where he found a small crowd gathered around a shuttle. As the crowd parted, he saw what had caused the stir. A battered Syndicate patrol craft sat on the landing pad, its hull scorched and pitted. The scouting team stood nearby, looking both proud and apprehensive. "We found it abandoned on a small moon," the team leader explained. "Looks like they had to make an emergency landing and couldn't get it space-worthy again." Paul circled the craft, his mind racing with possibilities. "Any signs of the crew?" "None, sir, but the ship's computer is intact. It's a gold mine of syndicate comm frequencies and supply line data." A spark of excitement lit Paul's eyes. "Get Zexlar and Dr. Webb on this immediately. This could be the break we need." As the team began to work on the captured craft, Paul returned to the command center. He found Daphne deep in conversation with a Lumina female he didn't recognize. "Paul," Daphne said, her markings pulsing with excitement. "This is Lyria. She was one of the captives we rescued from Project Eclipse." Lyria bowed her head slightly, her own markings shimmering with a mix of nervousness and hope. "Captain," she said, her voice melodic, "Daphne tells me you're planning to strike against the Syndicate again." Paul nodded cautiously. "We're always looking for ways to disrupt their operations." Lyria's markings flared brightly. "I want to help. During my captivity, I discovered an ability. I can amplify and focus the empathic powers of other Lumina." Daphne placed a hand on Lyria's shoulder. "We've been working together to refine this ability. Paul, the potential applications in our fight against the Syndicate are incredible." Before Paul could respond, Zexlar burst into the room, his multiple eyes wide with excitement. "Captain, the data from the Syndicate craft, we found something big." He pulled up a holographic display, showing a massive space station orbiting a gas giant. "It's a shipyard," Zexlar explained. "One of the Syndicate's largest. They construct and maintain a significant portion of their slave transport fleet there." Paul studied the display intently, his mind already formulating plans. This could be our chance to deal a serious blow to their operations. As they began to discuss potential strategies, an alert sounded throughout the base. Commander Vargas's face appeared on the main screen, her expression grave. "Paul," she said without preamble, "I've just received intel. The Syndicate has placed a massive bounty on you, Daphne, and your key team members. Every mercenary and bounty hunter in the sector will be gunning for you now." The news sent a ripple of tension through the command center. Paul's eyes hardened as he processed this new threat. "Thank you for the warning, Commander," he said. "We'll take precautions." As the transmission ended, Paul turned to his team. The weight of leadership pressed down on him, but he pushed aside his fatigue and doubt. "All right," he said, his voice steady. "We've got a lot of work to do. Zexlar, I want you and Zix working on upgrades to our fleet. Use whatever you can salvage from that Syndicate craft. Daphne, continue working with Lyria on developing her abilities. And I'll start putting together a plan for the shipyard." As the team dispersed to their tasks, Paul caught Daphne's eye. They shared a moment of unspoken communication, drawing strength from each other amidst the chaos. The next few days passed in a blur of activity. Paul divided his time between planning the shipyard mission, implementing new security measures, and training a select group of the most capable freed slaves in combat techniques. Daphne, meanwhile, worked tirelessly with Lyria and other gifted Lumina. They made breakthrough after breakthrough, developing a technique for creating large-scale psychic illusions that could potentially mask the approach of their fleet. As the day of the shipyard mission approached, Paul called a meeting of his core team. They gathered around the holographic display of the shipyard, faces grim with purpose. "We've got one shot at this," Paul said, zooming in on key areas of the station. "Our primary objective is to sabotage their construction capabilities and destroy as many slave transport vessels as possible." He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. "There's more. We've intercepted a transmission indicating that a group of high-ranking Syndicate officials, including the slave trader Vexnora, will be visiting the shipyard during our planned attack window." A ripple of surprise and anticipation ran through the group. Daphne's markings pulsed rapidly as she processed this information. "This complicates things," she said. "The security will be much tighter with VIPs present." Paul nodded. "It does, but it also presents an opportunity. If we can capture or eliminate these officials, we could deal a severe blow to the syndicate's leadership." The room erupted into heated debate. Some argued for sticking to the original plan, while others pushed for the riskier but potentially more rewarding expanded mission. As the discussion continued, Paul felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The success or failure of this operation could determine the future of their resistance movement. He looked around at the faces of his team, humans, Lumina, and a variety of other species, all united in their fight against the Syndicate. Finally, Paul raised his hand for silence. "We proceed with the expanded mission," he announced. "We'll strike at both the shipyard and attempt to capture the Syndicate officials." He turned to Daphne and Lyria. "Your psychic illusion will be key to getting us close enough to launch the attack. Can you do it?" Lyria's markings pulsed with perseverance as she nodded. "We're ready, Captain." Paul surveyed the room one last time. "All right, people. This is our most ambitious mission yet. Let's make it count." As the meeting dispersed and final preparations began, Paul found a quiet moment with Daphne. They stood together, looking out at the stars through a viewport. "Are we doing the right thing?" Paul asked softly, allowing a moment of vulnerability. Daphne took his hand, her markings pulsing with a mix of emotions. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I know we have to try." Paul squeezed her hand, drawing strength from her presence. As they stood there, the enormity of what they were about to attempt settled over them. The shipyard mission loomed on the horizon, promising either a turning point in their war against the Syndicate or potential disaster. With a shared nod of willpower, they turned away from the viewport and headed to the hangar bay. Their fleet waited, primed for the most dangerous mission of their lives. As they boarded the lead ship, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that whatever happened next would change everything. Everything. As the Resistance fleet approached the Syndicate shipyard, Paul's hands tightened on the controls of their modified stealth ship. The dense asteroid field surrounding the system loomed ahead, a treacherous maze of rocky obstacles that would require all of his piloting skills to navigate. "Initiating stealth protocols," Paul announced, his voice tense but steady. The ship's systems hummed as adaptive camouflage engaged, rendering them nearly invisible to Syndicate scanners. Behind him, Daphne and Lyria sat in specially designed chairs, their eyes closed in concentration as they began weaving their psychic illusion. The air around them seemed to shimmer with unseen energy. "Illusion holding steady," Daphne reported, her markings pulsing with the effort. "It should mask our approach." Paul nodded, his focus entirely on the asteroid field ahead. He guided the ship through narrow gaps between massive space rocks, each maneuver a delicate balance of precision and speed. The rest of their small fleet followed in tight formation, trusting in Paul's expertise to lead them safely through. As they emerged from the asteroid field, a collective gasp went through the bridge. Looming near the shipyard was a massive Syndicate battlecruiser, its hull overflowing with weapons. "Zexlar, what are we looking at?" Paul demanded, his mind already racing to adapt their plan. The multi-limbed alien's fingers flew over his console. "Syndicate battlecruiser, designation subjugator. It's Vex Nora's personal ship, Captain. Our intel didn't account for this." Paul's eyes hardened. The presence of the notorious slave trader's flagship complicated matters significantly. He made a snap decision. "Change of plans. We're splitting into 3 teams," he announced, quickly outlining the new strategy. "I'll lead the infiltration of the main control center. Daphne, you're after Vex Nora and the other officials. Zexlar, you're on demolition duty." As the teams prepared to deploy, Paul caught Daphne's eye. No words were needed. Their shared look conveyed both concern and drive. Then, with practiced efficiency, they moved into action. Paul's team was the first to breach the shipyard's outer defenses. They moved swiftly through maintenance corridors, using non-lethal weapons to quietly subdue any syndicate personnel they encountered. The resistance fighters moved with precision, their months of training evident in every action. They encountered heavier resistance as they approached the control center. Paul ducked under a swing from a syndicate guard, using the attacker's momentum to throw him into a wall. Another guard raised a weapon, but Paul was faster, his stun baton connecting with devastating effect. Control center ahead. One of his team members reported, breathing heavily. Paul nodded, taking a moment to catch his breath. Remember, we need to override their launch systems without alerting the entire facility. Let's move. They breached the control center in a coordinated assault, catching the syndicate technicians off guard. As his team secured the room, Paul rushed to the main console, inserting a data spike containing Zexlar's custom hacking program. A battle of virtual wills ensued as Paul fought against the syndicate's cyber defenses. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he typed furiously, countering each security measure with lightning-fast keystrokes. After several tense minutes, the console chimed. "Launch systems compromised," Paul announced, allowing himself a small smile of victory. Meanwhile, Daphne's team moved through the shipyard's upper levels, their progress aided by Lyria's empathic abilities. Syndicate guards stumbled in confusion as the Lumina projected false sensory information into their minds. They arrived at the VIP section just in time to see Vex Nora striding towards a sleek, newly constructed vessel. The slave trader was flanked by heavily armed guards, her cybernetic implants glinting under the harsh shipyard lights. "That must be the Harvester," Daphne whispered, her markings pulsing with nearly unleashed anger. Lyria nodded, her own expression grim. "I can feel the emptiness within it. Thousands of stasis pods, waiting to be filled." Daphne steeled herself. "Not if we have anything to say about it. Let's go." They launched their attack, the combined force of Daphne and Lyria's empathic abilities crashing against Vex Nora's mental defenses like a tidal wave. The slave trader staggered, her cybernetic implants sparking as they struggled to compensate. But Vex Nora was not easily overcome. Her neural enhancements allowed her to shake off the worst of the psychic assault, and she turned to face Daphne with a snarl of rage. "You dare?" Vex Nora spat, drawing a wicked-looking energy blade. "I'll have you all in stasis pods before this day is done." The clash that followed pushed Daphne to her limits. Vex Nora's cybernetically enhanced speed and strength made her a formidable opponent, even against Daphne's empathic abilities. They traded blows, physical and mental, in a dizzying dance of combat. Across the shipyard, Zexlar's team encountered their own challenges. The facility's structural integrity proved far more robust than anticipated, forcing them to recalibrate their explosives on the fly. "We need more time," Zexlar chittered into his comm unit, his multiple limbs working furiously to adjust their devices. Before Paul could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility. Their presence had been discovered. "All teams, status report," Paul demanded, fighting his way through a new wave of syndicate security forces. "Nearly there," Zexlar responded, the sound of weapons fire echoing in the background. "We've engaged Vex Nora." Daphne's voice came through, strained with effort. "But she's strong. Her implants are giving her an edge." Paul made a split-second decision. "Zexlar, place what charges you can and get to the extraction point. Daphne, hold on. I'm coming to you." He fought his way through the chaos of the shipyard, dispatching syndicate forces with ruthless efficiency. The entire facility shook as the first of Zexlar's explosives detonated, throwing their enemies into disarray. Paul arrived at the docking bay to find Daphne locked in mental combat with Vex Nora. The slave trader's cybernetic implants crackled with energy as she pushed back against Daphne's psychic assault. Without hesitation, Paul launched himself at Vexnora, his attack breaking her concentration. The momentary distraction was all Daphne needed. With a final, powerful mental thrust, she broke through Vexnora's defenses. The slave trader collapsed, overwhelmed by the combined physical and psychic assault. As they secured their high-value prisoner, Lyria called out from nearby, "Captain, I've found something." She held up a sleek data core, her markings pulsing with excitement. It contains information on the Syndicate's entire slave trade network. Paul's eyes widened at the implications, but there was no time to celebrate. His comm unit crackled to life with an urgent message from Commander Vargas. "Paul, you've got incoming." Her voice was tense. "A massive Syndicate fleet just entered the system. You need to get out of there now." "Understood," Paul replied, already motioning for his team to move. "All units, fall back to the ships immediately." They fought their way back through the crumbling shipyard, Zexlar's explosions providing cover for their retreat. As they reached their vessels, the first wave of Syndicate fighters screamed into view. Paul took the helm of their lead ship, his hands dancing over the controls. "Daphne, Lyria, I need everything you've got. Confuse their sensors. Buy us some time." The Lumina combined their powers one last time, projecting a massive psychic illusion that scattered the Syndicate fleet's sensor readings. Taking advantage of the confusion, Paul piloted their ship into the asteroid field, the rest of the Resistance fleet close behind. Weapons fire lit up space around them as Paul weaved through the asteroids, pushing their ship to its limits. Behind them, the shipyard erupted in a series of massive explosions, the Harvester and other partially constructed slave vessels consumed in the inferno. As they cleared the asteroid field, Paul's fingers hovered over the hyperspace controls. The Syndicate fleet loomed behind them, closing fast. "Everyone hold on," he warned, his voice tight with concentration. "This jump is going to be close." The stars stretched into lines as they made the jump to hyperspace, the pursuing Syndicate ships vanishing from their sensors. A collective sigh of relief went through the bridge. Paul allowed himself to relax slightly, turning to face his team. They were battered and exhausted, but alive, and they had struck a significant blow against the Syndicate. As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, the full weight of their accomplishment settled in. They had destroyed a major Syndicate shipyard, captured Vexnora, and acquired invaluable intelligence. But Paul knew the fight was not nearly finished. The Syndicate would retaliate, and their next move would likely be more brutal than anything the Resistance had faced before. As he looked at his weary but determined crew, Paul began to plan their next steps. The real challenges, he suspected, were only just beginning. As their ship hurtled through hyperspace, Paul's mind raced with the implications of their daring raid. They had struck a significant blow against the Syndicate, but he knew the fight was a long way to go. "How long until we reach Sanctuary?" Paul asked, his eyes fixed on the swirling vortex of hyperspace before them. Zexlar's fingers danced across the navigation console. "Approximately 6 hours, Captain. We're taking an indirect route to avoid any potential pursuit." Paul nodded, then turned to address his team. "Everyone, get some rest. We'll need to be at our best when we arrive." As the others dispersed, Daphne approached Paul, her markings pulsing with a mix of exhaustion and concern. "What are we going to do with Vexnora?" she asked, glancing towards the secure holding area where their high-value prisoner was being kept. "We'll hand her over to Commander Vargas for interrogation," Paul replied, his voice low. "The intelligence she possesses could be crucial to our next moves." The hours passed in tense anticipation. When they finally dropped out of hyperspace near Sanctuary, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ship. The familiar sight of the hidden rebel base, nestled within an asteroid field, filled the view screen. As soon as they docked, a flurry of activity erupted. Medical teams rushed to tend to the wounded, while security personnel took charge of the still unconscious Vexnora, transferring her to a specially designed holding cell. Paul wasted no time in calling an emergency meeting with the Resistance leadership. He, Daphne, and Zexlar gathered in the command center with Commander Vargas, Dr. Webb, and other key figures. The mission was a success, Paul began, his voice carrying a mix of pride and urgency. We destroyed the shipyard and captured Vexnora. But more importantly, we acquired this. He held up the data Core Lyria had recovered. Dr. Webb's eyes widened as he took the device. This could be the breakthrough we've been waiting for, he said, immediately connecting it to a secure terminal. As the data began to decrypt, the room fell into a hushed silence. The information that scrolled across the screens was staggering in its scope and detail. Coordinates of slave processing centers, transport routes, names of key syndicate personnel. It was all there. This is incredible, Commander Vargas breathed, leaning in to study the information. With this, we could cripple their entire operation. But as they delved deeper into the data, a chill spread through the room. Zexlar, who had been assisting Dr. Webb with the decryption, suddenly let out a chittering gasp. "Captain, you need to see this," he said, his normally steady voice trembling. Paul moved to the console, his eyes narrowing as he read the information on the screen. "Project Leviathan," he murmured. "What is this?" Dr. Webb's face had gone pale. "It appears to be a new type of neural control technology, far more advanced than anything we've encountered before. If the Syndicate manages to implement this, they could enslave entire populations without physical restraints," Daphne finished, her markings pulsing with alarm. The implications were clear. They needed to act and fast. "We can't let this happen," Paul said, his voice hardening with tenacity. "Commander Vargas, I need authorization for a series of rapid strike missions. We'll hit these processing centers and transport hubs, disrupt their operations before they can implement Project Leviathan." Vargas nodded grimly. "Granted, but we'll need to move quickly. The Syndicate won't take this lying down." As the meeting adjourned, Paul pulled Daphne aside. "I need you to focus on interrogating Vexnora," he said quietly. "Your empathic abilities might be our best shot at breaking through her defenses." Daphne nodded, though Paul could see the apprehension in her eyes. "I'll do my best," she said. "But Paul, be careful out there." Over the next few days, Sanctuary became a hive of activity. Paul led several strike teams on lightning raids against Syndicate facilities, using the intelligence from the data core to devastating effect. Each successful mission dealt another blow to the Syndicate's operations, but Paul could feel the pressure mounting. They were racing against time, trying to dismantle as much of the Syndicate's infrastructure as possible before the inevitable counterattack. Meanwhile, Daphne threw herself into the task of interrogating Vexnora. The process was grueling, a mental battle that left her drained and shaking after each session, but slowly, surely, she began to make progress, chipping away at the Syndicate leader's formidable mental defenses. As Paul returned from another successful raid, he found Daphne waiting for him in the hangar bay. Her face was drawn with fatigue, but her eyes shone with triumph. "I've done it," she said, her voice hoarse. "I've broken through. Paul, I know where their central headquarters is." Before Paul could respond, alarms blared throughout the base. Commander Vargas's voice crackled over the comms, urgent and tense. "All personnel to battle stations. Massive Syndicate fleet incoming. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." Paul and Daphne exchanged a look of dogged persistence. The Syndicate's counteroffensive had begun. As they raced towards the command center, Paul knew that the true test of their resistance was about to begin. The battle for Sanctuary, and perhaps the destiny of the universe, was at hand. The alarms blared throughout Sanctuary, jolting everyone into action. Paul and Daphne sprinted towards a command center, their footsteps echoing in the suddenly chaotic corridors. As they burst through the doors, Commander Vargas was already coordinating the defense. "Syndicate fleet approaching from Vector 379, she barked, her eyes fixed on the holographic display. "All fighters, prepare for immediate launch. Ground teams, man the defense turrets." Paul quickly assessed the situation. The Syndicate had brought an overwhelming force, clearly intent on crushing the resistance once and for all. "We need to buy time," he said, his mind racing. "Daphne, can you and Lyria use your abilities to confuse their sensors?" Daphne nodded, her markings pulsing with purpose. "We'll do our best, but against a fleet that size, it won't hold for long." "Every second counts," Paul replied. He turned to Zexlar, who had just scurried into the room. "I need you on our main systems. Keep their hackers out and our defenses online." As the resistance scrambled to meet the Syndicate onslaught, Paul made a bold decision. "Commander, I'm taking a strike team to their flagship. If we can take out their command and control, we might stand a chance." Vargas looked at him sharply. "That's a suicide mission, Paul." "Maybe," he agreed, "but it's our best shot at survival." Minutes later, Paul's team was aboard their fastest assault shuttle, streaking towards the massive Syndicate flagship. Daphne and Lyria's psychic interference had created just enough confusion for them to slip through the enemy formation. As they approached the flagship's docking bay, Paul gripped the controls tightly. "This is going to be a hard landing," he warned his team. "Brace yourselves." The shuttle smashed through the energy barrier, skidding across the deck in a shower of sparks. Before the Syndicate forces could react, Paul and his team were out, weapons blazing. They fought their way through the ship's corridors, Zexlar using his hacking skills to seal bulkheads behind them and trap the responding security teams. The ship shuddered around them as the battle outside intensified. Finally, they reached the bridge. Paul took a deep breath, then nodded to his team. They breached the door in a coordinated assault, catching the Syndicate command staff off guard. In the chaos, Paul locked eyes with Admiral Vextor, the Syndicate's supreme commander. The Admiral's cybernetic enhancements glowed ominously as he drew his weapon. "I've been waiting for this, human," Vextor snarled. Paul didn't waste breath on a reply. He launched himself at the Admiral, ducking under a plasma blast and closing the distance. Their fight became a brutal, close-quarters struggle, a dance of skill and augmented reflexes. Around them, the battle for the bridge raged. Zexlar, his multiple limbs a blur of motion, had reached the command console and was furiously working to override the ship systems. Paul grunted as Vextor landed a punishing blow, feeling ribs crack. He retaliated with a series of quick strikes, targeting the visible joints in the Admiral's cybernetic armor. A lucky hit sent Vextor staggering back into a bank of controls, triggering a cascade of alarms. "Zexlar, status." Paul called out, not taking his eyes off his opponent. "Almost there, Captain," the alien replied, his voice strained. "Just need to." "Got it. Initiating system-wide shutdown." The bridge lights flickered, and the constant hum of the ship's systems began to fade. Vextor roared in fury, realizing what was happening. He charged at Paul with renewed vigor, his cybernetic enhancements giving him unnatural strength. Paul met the charge, using the Admiral's momentum against him. They crashed into the main viewport, the reinforced material spiderwebbing under the impact. As they grappled, Paul could see the battle raging outside. The Syndicate fleet, suddenly without central coordination, was falling into disarray. Back on Sanctuary, Daphne and Lyria had linked minds, pushing their empathic abilities to the limit. They reached out to the Syndicate ground forces, broadcasting vivid images of the organization's atrocities. Soldiers saw the true face of Project Leviathan, the horrors they had been complicit in. Confusion spread through the Syndicate ranks, with many lowering their weapons, unable to continue fighting. On the flagship's bridge, Paul finally gained the upper hand. With a series of precise strikes, he disabled Vex Thor's primary cybernetic systems. The Admiral collapsed, his enhancements sputtering and failing. "It's over, Vex Thor," Paul said, breathing heavily. "Your fleet is in chaos and your ground forces are standing down." Zexlar chittered urgently. "Captain, I've initiated the self-destruct sequence. We need to leave, now." Paul nodded, securing the unconscious Admiral. "Let's move, people. We've got a narrow window." They fought their way back to their shuttle, the flagship disintegrating around them. As they launched, narrowly evading enemy fighters, Paul watched the massive ship explode in a brilliant flash. The shockwave buffeted their small craft as they raced back to Sanctuary. Paul could see the remaining Syndicate ships in full retreat, their command structure shattered. As they approached the base, the true cost of the battle became clear. Sanctuary had taken heavy damage, with multiple sections exposed to space. Emergency teams were already at work, but Paul knew the rebuild would take time. They docked in a secondary hangar, the main bays too damaged to use. As soon as they disembarked, medical teams rushed to attend to the wounded. Paul handed off the captured Vex Thor to a security detail, then sought out Commander Vargas. He found her in the command center, coordinating the aftermath of the battle. She looked up as he entered, relief evident on her face. "You actually did it," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "You turned the tide." Paul nodded wearily. "But at what cost?" he asked, looking at the casualty reports scrolling across the screens. "We'll rebuild," Vargas assured him. "This victory gives us a chance to catch our breath, to strike back at the heart of the Syndicate." As if on cue, Dr. Webb burst into the room, his eyes wide with excitement. "Paul, Commander, you need to see this," he said, brandishing a data pad. "We've decrypted more of the files from the Syndicate flagship. There's a facility called Nexus Prime. It's the centerpiece of Project Leviathan." Paul felt a surge of renewed purpose. They had won a significant battle, but the war was nowhere near the end. As he began to formulate plans for their next move, he knew that the assault on Nexus Prime would be their most critical mission yet. The future of the cosmos would hinge on its outcome. Paul's mind raced as he processed the implications of Dr. Webb's revelation. Nexus Prime, the heart of Project Leviathan. He knew they had to act fast, but rushing in blindly would be suicide. "We need more intel," Paul said, his voice firm. "Dr. Webb, work with Zexlar to analyze every scrap of data we have on Nexus Prime. Daphne, I want you to coordinate with our intelligence network. See if anyone has even whispered about this facility." Commander Vargas nodded her approval. "I'll start mobilizing our forces. We'll need every resource we have for this operation." As the command center buzzed with activity, Paul pulled Daphne aside. "We need to make contact with our deep cover agents," he said quietly. "There's a rendezvous point on NC 378. It's risky, but it might be our best shot at getting insider information on Nexus Prime." Daphne's markings pulsed with concern. "You're right, it's risky, but I agree it's necessary." Within hours, Paul and Daphne were aboard a stealth ship, slipping away from Sanctuary under the cover of a sensor shadow. The journey to NC 378, a small moon orbiting a gas giant, was tense and silent. Both of them knew the stakes of this mission. As they approached the moon, Paul expertly guided their ship into a concealed crater. They powered down all non-essential systems and waited, watching their sensors for any sign of activity. "There," Daphne said suddenly, pointing to a blip on the screen. "Looks like our contacts have arrived." They donned their environment suits and exited the ship, moving cautiously across the moon's rugged surface. The low gravity made each step feel unnaturally light, adding to the surreal tension of the moment. As they neared the designated meeting point, Paul spotted movement ahead. He raised a hand, signaling Daphne to halt. Through the thin atmosphere, he could make out 5 figures approaching. "Identify yourselves," Paul called out over the comm channel. A woman's voice responded, clear and authoritative. "I am Dr. Alara. We're the defectors you've been waiting for." Paul and Daphne exchanged a glance before moving forward to meet the group. Dr. Alara, a tall, slender woman with cybernetic implants visible at her temples, stepped forward. "We don't have much time," she said urgently. "The Syndicate is already searching for us. Here." She handed Paul a set of data crystals. "Everything we know about Project Leviathan and Nexus Prime is on these." As Paul inserted one of the crystals into his wrist computer, Daphne gasped. Her empathic abilities were picking up a wave of fear from the defectors. "Paul," she said, her voice tense. "We've got company." As if on cue, their ship's proximity alarms blared to life. Multiple Syndicate vessels were entering the moon's atmosphere. "They've found us," Dr. Alara said, her face pale beneath her helmet. "It's Vexara. She's relentless. She'll never stop hunting us." Paul's mind raced, formulating a plan. "Okay, listen up. Dr. Alara, you and your team get to our ship. Daphne and I will create a diversion." As the defectors hurried towards a concealed crater, Paul and Daphne sprinted to their equipment cache. They quickly set up a series of remote detonators around the landing site. "Ready?" Paul asked, his finger hovering over the trigger. Daphne nodded, her markings pulsing with adrenaline. Paul activated the detonators. A series of explosions rocked the moon's surface, sending plumes of dust and debris into the thin atmosphere. The Syndicate ships, now visible as they descended, veered off course, their sensors confused by the sudden chaos. "Now's our chance," Paul said. "Let's move." They ran across the lunar landscape, using the rugged terrain for cover. Behind them, they could hear the whine of Syndicate dropships deploying ground forces. A plasma bolt sizzled past Paul's head, close enough that he could feel its heat through his suit. He dove behind a rocky outcropping, Daphne right behind him. "Daphne, can you use your abilities to slow them down?" Paul asked, returning fire with his own weapon. Daphne nodded, her eyes closing in concentration. A moment later, Paul heard confused shouts from the Syndicate soldiers. Several of them stumbled, disoriented by the empathic assault on their minds. Taking advantage of the confusion, Paul and Daphne made a break for it, sprinting towards their ship. They could see it now, engines glowing as Dr. Alara prepared for takeoff. Suddenly, a towering figure stepped out from behind a boulder, blocking their path. Commander Vexara, her cybernetic enhancements gleaming in the starlight, leveled a massive energy weapon at them. "End of the line, humans," she growled. Paul didn't hesitate. He charged forward, ducking under the first blast from Vexara's weapon. He slammed into her, using the low gravity to his advantage, and they both went tumbling across the lunar surface. Daphne seized the moment, racing past them towards the ship. "Paul," she called out. "Come on." Paul disengaged from Vexara, kicking off from a nearby rock to launch himself towards the ship's open hatch. Plasma bolts streaked past him as he soared through the thin atmosphere. He crashed into the ship's cargo bay, Daphne helping him to his feet as the hatch sealed behind them. "Go!" Paul shouted to Dr. Alara in the cockpit. "Get us out of here!" The ship lurched as it lifted off, Syndicate vessels already moving to intercept them. Paul strapped himself into the co-pilot seat, taking control of the weapon systems. "Hang on," he said grimly. "This is going to be a rough ride." As they ascended through the moon's thin atmosphere, Paul's fingers danced across the controls, firing defensive bursts to keep the Syndicate ships at bay. Dr. Alara proved to be a skilled pilot, weaving through the enemy formation with remarkable agility. I'm picking up a clear vector, Daphne called out from the sensor station. Marking it now. Paul saw the navigational data appear on his display. Got it. Dr. Alera, think you can thread that needle? The xenobiologist's face was set in stubborn persistence. Watch me, she said, pushing the engines to their limit. The ship shuddered as they accelerated, pushing through a gap in the Syndicate blockade. Alarms blared as enemy fire grazed their shields, but they kept going, breaking free of the moon's gravity well. Plotting emergency jump coordinates, Paul said, his fingers flying over the navigation computer. Zexlar gave me a sequence that should throw off any pursuit. As the hyperdrive spooled up, Paul allowed himself a moment of relief. They had escaped with the defectors and the vital intelligence they carried. But he knew this was just the beginning. The real challenge, the assault on Nexus Prime, still lay ahead. The stars stretched into lines as they made the jump to hyperspace, leaving the Syndicate forces behind. For now, at least, they were safe. Paul turned to Dr. Alera, his expression serious. All right, Doctor, he said. Tell us everything you know about Project Leviathan. We need to be ready when we reach Sanctuary. As Dr. Alera began her explanation, Paul listened intently, his mind already formulating plans for the crucial mission to come. The fate of countless worlds now rested on their shoulders, and failure was not an option. An option. The gravity of their mission burdened immensely on Paul's mind as he absorbed Dr. Alera's intel about Project Leviathan and Nexus Prime. Days of intense planning followed their return to Sanctuary. The command center buzzed with activity as Paul, Commander Vargas, and their team pored over schematics, security protocols, and potential entry points. The air was thick with tension and perseverance. Our window of opportunity is narrow, Paul said, gesturing to the holographic display of Nexus Prime. Commander Vargas, your space combat team will engage their orbital defenses here and here. That should create enough chaos for our infiltration team to slip through undetected. Vargas nodded, her eyes sharp as she memorized the attack vectors. We'll give them one hell of a light show, Captain. Paul turned to Daphne and Zexlar. You two will be with me on the ground team. Dr. Alera's code should get us past the outer perimeter, but after that, we're in uncharted territory. As the final preparations were made, Paul found a quiet moment with Daphne. Her markings pulsed with a mix of anticipation and concern. You ready for this? He asked softly. Daphne's eyes met his resolute. As ready as I'll ever be. Let's end this, Paul. The assault on Nexus Prime began with a thunderous barrage from Commander Vargas's fleet. Explosions blossomed in the void of space as Syndicate defense platforms erupted into flames. Amidst the chaos, a modified stealth shuttle slipped silently through a gap in the sensor grid. Paul's hands danced over the controls, guiding the infiltration team through a treacherous field of debris and energy discharges. The shuttle shuddered as they entered the planet's atmosphere, the hull glowing red-hot from the friction. Approaching the landing zone, Paul announced, his voice tense. Prepare for immediate deployment. The shuttle touched down in a concealed maintenance bay on the outskirts of the sprawling Nexus Prime complex. As soon as the hatch opened, Paul and his team moved with practiced precision, securing the immediate area. Zexlar, take point, Paul ordered. Your familiarity with Syndicate tech might give us an edge. The Zarchin nodded, his tentacles flexing as he interfaced with a nearby terminal. Security protocols have been upgraded since Dr. Alera's defection, he chittered. But I can work around them. Give me a moment. As Zexlar worked, Paul and Daphne kept watch. The facility's corridors stretched out before them, eerily quiet. The diversion was working, for now. Got it, Zexlar announced. I've mapped out a route to the maintenance shafts. It's not what we planned, but it should keep us out of sight. Paul nodded grimly. Lead the way. They moved through Nexus Prime like ghosts, slipping through narrow conduits and bypassing main corridors. The team's breathing echoed in the confined spaces, the only sound besides the distant hum of machinery. Suddenly, Daphne tensed. "Paul," she whispered, her empathic senses on high alert. "Something's wrong." Before Paul could respond, the calm crackled to life. Lyria's voice came through, tight with urgency. "Captain, we've encountered unexpected resistance at the extraction point. Syndicate patrol. We're engaged." Paul's mind raced, calculating the potential impact on their mission. "Hold your position, Lyria. Use whatever means necessary to keep them off our backs." As if in response to the growing tension, alarms began to blare throughout the facility. Paul's team froze, exchanging worried glances. "They've detected us," Zexlar hissed. "We need to move. Now." Paul made a split-second decision. "Zexlar, take half the team and create a diversion. Daphne and I will push for the control node with the rest." As Zexlar's group peeled off, Paul led the remaining operatives through a series of increasingly secure checkpoints. Daphne's empathic abilities proved invaluable, allowing them to sense and avoid Syndicate security forces converging on their position. They finally reached the central chamber housing the Project Leviathan control node. Paul's eyes widened as he took in the scene. The node pulsed with an otherworldly energy, protected by a shimmering force field. "Multiple terminals," Paul observed, quickly assessing the situation. "We'll need to deactivate them simultaneously to bring down the field." He assigned team members to each terminal, preparing for a coordinated shutdown. Just as they moved into position, a hissing sound filled the room. Pale green gas began to seep from hidden vents. "Masks on," Paul shouted, his voice muffled as he donned his breathing apparatus. Despite the protection, he could feel his movements becoming sluggish, his thoughts foggy. Daphne's voice echoed in his mind, clear and strong. "I've established a mental link. Focus on my thoughts. We can do this together." With supreme effort, Paul and the team managed to input the deactivation codes. The energy field flickered and died, leaving the control node exposed. Paul stumbled towards it, his limbs heavy from the effects of the gas. Just as his fingers brushed the node's surface, a hidden door slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Admiral Vexthor stepped into the chamber, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming under the harsh lights. His eyes locked onto Paul, filled with cold fury. "You've made a grave mistake coming here, human," Vexthor snarled, his voice distorted by his neural interface. Paul barely had time to raise his guard before Vexthor was upon him, moving with inhuman speed and strength. The two combatants crashed into a nearby console, sparks flying as they grappled. Daphne coordinated the team's defense against the wave of Syndicate reinforcements pouring into the room. Her empathic abilities created a psychic maelstrom, confusing and disorienting the enemy forces. Paul fought with every ounce of his strength and skill, but Vexthor's enhanced abilities gave him a significant advantage. The Syndicate leader landed a crushing blow, sending Paul sprawling across the floor. As Vexthor moved in for the kill, Paul noticed a flicker of instability in the Admiral's movements. The neural interface was faltering. With a surge of adrenaline, Paul launched himself at his opponent, targeting the weak points in Vexthor's cybernetic systems. A series of precise strikes left Vexthor reeling, his enhanced abilities fluctuating wildly. Paul pressed his advantage, finally managing to incapacitate the Syndicate leader with a devastating combination of blows. Breathing heavily, Paul turned back to the control node. "Plant the charges," he ordered. "We need to end this now." As the team worked to set the explosives, alarms blared with renewed intensity. The facility's automated voice announced an imminent lockdown. "Time to go," Paul said, helping Daphne to her feet. Back to the extraction point double time. They fought their way through waves of Syndicate forces, Daphne's empathic abilities creating pockets of chaos that allowed them to advance. Paul's tactical acumen guided them through the labyrinth of corridors, always one step ahead of their pursuers. As they neared the extraction point, the sounds of battle grew louder. They emerged into a firefight, with Lyria and the ground support team pinned down by Syndicate reinforcements. "Push through," Paul shouted, leading a charge that caught the enemy off guard. In the ensuing chaos, they managed to break through to their waiting shuttle. Paul took the controls, his hands flying over the console as he initiated the launch sequence. The shuttle lifted off under a hail of weapons fire, shields flaring as they absorbed the impacts. "Hang on," Paul called out as he pushed the engines to their limit. The shuttle rocketed through the atmosphere, weaving through Syndicate interceptors, scrambling to stop them. As they broke free of the planet's gravity well, Paul allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction. Behind them, Nexus Prime erupted in a series of massive explosions as the charges detonated, destroying the heart of Project Leviathan. They rendezvoused with Commander Vargas's battered but victorious fleet. The immediate danger finally passed. As the adrenaline of battle began to fade, Paul knew that this was a critical blow to the Syndicate, but not a final one. The real work of dismantling their empire and bringing them to justice was just beginning. As the fleet set course for Sanctuary, Paul gathered his team for a debrief. The challenges ahead were daunting, but looking at the determined faces around him, he knew they were ready to face whatever came next. Next, the destruction of Nexus Prime had dealt a significant blow to the Syndicate, but Paul knew the fight was far from finished. As the Resistance fleet initiated a series of rapid jumps through hyperspace, alarms blared throughout Paul's ship. The Syndicate pursuit was relentless, pushing their vessels to the limit. "Shields down to 30%, Daphne called out, her fingers flying over the tactical console. "We can't take much more of this." Paul gritted his teeth, executing a series of evasive maneuvers. "Zexlar, how are those engines holding up?" The Zarchine's voice crackled over the intercom, pushing them to 110%, Captain. "Any more, and we risk a core breach." Commander Vargas's face appeared on the main view screen. "Paul, we've got multiple hull breaches. We need to set down for repairs." Paul nodded grimly. "Agreed, plotting a course to the Helios Nebula. We can lose them in the ionic interference." The fleet dove into the swirling clouds of the nebula, the pursuing Syndicate ships fading from sensors. As they emerged into a pocket of calm space, Paul ordered all ships to power down non-essential systems. In the relative quiet that followed, Paul and Daphne worked side by side, coordinating repair efforts across the battered fleet. The stress of the escape melted away as they fell into a familiar rhythm, anticipating each other's needs without a word. Hours passed in a blur of activity. As the last repair team reported in, Paul allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. He turned to find Daphne watching him, a mix of exhaustion and something else in her eyes. "We make a good team," she said softly. Paul nodded, suddenly aware of how close they were standing. "We do." The moment was interrupted by Commander Vargas's voice. "All ships report ready for the final jump to Sanctuary." The journey back was tense but uneventful. As they dropped out of hyperspace above the hidden Resistance base, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the fleet. No sooner had they docked than Paul found himself whisked into an emergency leadership meeting. Dr. Webb and Dr. Alara presented their findings from the data retrieved at Nexus Prime. "The destruction of the control node has indeed crippled Project Leviathan," Dr. Webb announced. "However, we've uncovered something troubling." Dr. Alara stepped forward, her face grim. "The Syndicate has already begun implementing smaller-scale versions of the neural control technology on several Outer Rim worlds." A murmur of concern rippled through the assembled leaders. Paul leaned forward, his mind racing. "We need to act fast. If we can liberate these worlds, we can prevent the Syndicate from regaining their footing." The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Paul divided their forces into multiple task groups, each assigned to a specific target planet. He found himself working closely with Daphne to plan the intricate details of each operation. Late one night, as they pored over holographic maps of a syndicate-controlled mining colony, Paul became acutely aware of Daphne's presence. The soft glow of the holograms illuminated her features, highlighting the determined set of her jaw. "What do you think about inserting a small team here?" she asked, pointing to a narrow ravine. Paul leaned in, their shoulders brushing. "It's risky, but it could work. If we time it right with the planetary rotation, we could slip in undetected." Daphne nodded, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I like the way you think, Captain." As they continued to work, Paul found himself seeking out opportunities to spend time with Daphne outside of their official duties. They shared meals in the mess hall, swapped stories of their pre-resistance days, and even managed to find time for the occasional game of holochess. Meanwhile, Zexlar and his engineering team worked tirelessly to reverse engineer the Syndicate's neural control technology. Paul often found the Zarchine surrounded by a sea of dismantled components and glowing data screens. "Progress?" Paul asked during one of his routine check-ins. Zexlar's tentacles waved in excitement. "We're close to a breakthrough, Captain. If our calculations are correct, we should be able to develop a countermeasure that can neutralize the control systems within hours of deployment." Across the base, Lyria had taken charge of training a new group of empathically gifted individuals. Paul watched as she led them through a series of exercises designed to hone their abilities. "They're progressing quickly," Lyria reported. "With more practice, they'll be invaluable in breaking the Syndicate's mental hold on the controlled populations." As the Resistance prepared for its next phase of operations, an unexpected transmission crackled through their secure channels. Paul's eyes widened as he listened to the message from a group of Syndicate military officers seeking to defect. "This could be the break we need," Paul mused, weighing the potential risks and rewards. After careful consideration, he decided to personally lead a small team to meet with the defectors. "Daphne, I want you with me on this one," Paul said, his voice low. "Your empathic abilities could be crucial in verifying their intentions." Daphne nodded, her eyes meeting his. "I've got your back, Paul." The team assembled quickly, a hand-picked group of operatives skilled in covert operations. As they boarded their unmarked shuttle, Paul felt a mix of anticipation and wariness. The information these defectors possessed could turn the tide of the war, but the danger of walking into a trap loomed large. Their shuttle slipped quietly through the void of space, heading for a neutral station in a remote sector. Paul's mind raced with contingency plans, acutely aware of the high stakes of this mission. As they approached the station, Daphne placed a hand on Paul's shoulder. "Whatever happens in there," she said softly, "we face it together." Paul nodded, drawing strength from her presence. The shuttle docked with a soft thud, and the team prepared to disembark. The station's sterile corridors stretched before them, holding both promise and peril. With a deep breath, Paul signaled to his team. "Let's move," he said, stepping into the unknown. Station's dimly lit corridor. The team moved with practiced precision, weapons at the ready. As they approached the designated meeting point, Paul felt a surge of tension. He glanced at Daphne, who nodded imperceptibly. Her empathic abilities were on high alert, scanning for any hint of deception or ambush. The door to the conference room slid open with a soft hiss. Inside, a group of Syndicate officers stood nervously, their uniforms pristine, but their faces etched with worry. Paul's team spread out, covering all angles. "We're here as agreed," Paul said, his voice steady. "Let's talk." Before the lead officer could respond, the station rocked with a violent explosion. Alarms blared as the air filled with acrid smoke. "It's a trap," Daphne shouted, her empathic senses overwhelmed by a sudden wave of hostile intent. Paul reacted instantly, diving for cover as energy weapons fire erupted from hidden compartments in the walls. His team returned fire, creating a chaotic crossfire in the confined space. "This way!" one of the defectors yelled, gesturing toward an emergency exit. "We didn't know, I swear." Paul made a split-second decision. "Move," he ordered, covering his team as they retreated through the exit. They raced through maintenance tunnels, the sounds of pursuit close behind. Paul's mind raced, formulating an escape plan on the fly. "Hangar Bay, Level 3, he commanded between breaths. "We'll commandeer a ship." As they burst into the hangar, they found themselves in the middle of a full-scale battle. Commander Vexar's forces had arrived in force, engaging the station security teams. Paul's team fought their way across the hangar floor, dodging energy blasts and exploding equipment. They reached a sleek courier vessel, its engines already warming up. "Everyone in now!" Paul shouted, laying down suppressing fire as his team and the defectors scrambled aboard. The ship's ramp had barely closed when Paul launched, pushing the engines to full power. The hangar bay's force field shimmered as they punched through, emerging into the star-studded void of space. Alarms blared as enemy fighters gave chase. Paul's hands flew over the controls, pushing the ship into a series of evasive maneuvers that strained its structural integrity. "Daphne, get on weapons," Paul called out. "Zexlar, I need more power to the engines." As they wove through the debris field surrounding the station, a cry of pain caught Paul's attention. One of the defectors, a female syndicate officer, clutched her side where an energy blast had caught her during their escape. "She's hurt bad," Daphne reported, her voice tight with concern. "We need to get her medical attention fast." Paul's mind raced, weighing their options. "There's a neutral medical facility in the Theta sector," he decided. "It's our best shot." With a series of rapid hyperspace jumps, they managed to lose their pursuers. As they approached the medical facility, a massive structure floating in the emptiness of space, Paul opened a communication channel. "This is Captain Paul of the Free Systems Alliance," he transmitted. "We have a critically injured passenger in need of immediate medical attention." The response was swift and cold. "We do not involve ourselves in military conflicts. Proper documentation is required for all patients." Paul gritted his teeth, knowing they didn't have time for bureaucracy. "Listen," he said, his voice low and intense. "We have valuable medical data from Dr. Webb's research. It's yours if you treat our wounded." There was a long pause before the reply came. "Proceed to Docking Bay 7. As soon as they landed, a medical team rushed aboard to stabilize the injured defector. Paul caught snippets of their assessment: severe plasma burns, internal bleeding, as they whisked her away on a hovering stretcher. "Daphne, stay with her," Paul ordered. "I'll coordinate our defense." While Daphne accompanied the medical team, Paul met with the facility's head of security. "We may have been followed," he explained. "We need to establish a defensive perimeter." The security chief nodded grimly. "We'll coordinate with your team, but remember, this is a neutral facility. Any overt military action could jeopardize that status." Paul spent the next few hours working with the local security forces, setting up sensor arrays and planning evacuation routes. All the while, his mind kept drifting back to Daphne and their injured defector. Finally, he made his way to the medical wing. He found Daphne in a quiet corner, her eyes closed in concentration. "How is she?" Paul asked softly. Daphne's eyes fluttered open. "Stable for now. The doctors are optimistic." She stood, stretching muscles stiff from hours of sitting. "I've been using my abilities to help manage her pain." Paul nodded, suddenly acutely aware of how close they were standing. The stress of the past few days, the constant danger, and the growing connection between them seemed to crystallize in that moment. Without a word, they moved together, finding a secluded alcove away from prying eyes. Their lips met in a desperate, passionate kiss, hands exploring with an urgency born of pent-up emotion and the knowledge that any moment could be their last. When they finally broke apart, breathless, Paul rested his forehead against Daphne's. "We should get back," he murmured, though he made no move to leave. Daphne nodded, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. Just a few more minutes. Their moment of respite was shattered by the blaring of alarms. Paul's communicator crackled to life with an urgent message from the security team. "Captain, we've intercepted a coded Syndicate transmission. Commander Vexar's fleet is en route to our location." Paul's mind snapped back into tactical mode. "Understood. Begin evacuation procedures immediately." As they raced back to the medical wing, Paul's thoughts whirled. They needed to move their injured defector, secure their ship, and evacuate before Vexar's forces arrived, all while maintaining the neutrality of the medical facility. Time was running out, and the real battle was about to begin. Adrenaline surged through Paul's veins as he barked orders to his team, coordinating the evacuation efforts while simultaneously planning their escape. "Daphne, get our injured defector prepped for transport," Paul commanded. "Zexlar, I need you to interface with the facility systems and wipe any trace of our presence." As his team sprang into action, Paul rushed to the medical wing. He found the Syndicate officer conscious but weak, her face pale beneath the sheen of Bactigel covering her wounds. "We're moving out," Paul explained, his voice low and urgent. "Can you walk?" The officer grimaced but nodded. "I'll manage." With Daphne's help, they carefully transferred the injured defector to a mobile stretcher. Paul's communicator chirped with an incoming transmission from the facility's security chief. "Captain, we've detected multiple ships dropping out of hyperspace. They're not responding to hails." Paul's lips pursed. "Understood. Initiate your evacuation protocols. We're leaving now." As they rushed through the corridors, alarms blared overhead. The facility shuddered as the first wave of Syndicate fighters began their assault, testing the station's shields. They reached the hangar bay to find it in chaos. Medical personnel and civilian staff scrambled to board evacuation shuttles. Paul spotted their ship, its engines already warming up thanks to Zexlar's remote activation. "Everyone aboard now," Paul shouted, covering their retreat as energy blasts began to pepper the hangar's entrance. Once inside, Paul took the pilot seat, his hands flying over the controls. The ship lifted off, narrowly avoiding a collapsing support beam as another volley of Syndicate fire rocked the station. "Zexlar, I need everything you've got in the engines," Paul called out. "Daphne, get on comms and signal the resistance. We need an extraction point." As they burst out of the hangar, Paul's expert piloting skills were put to the test. He wove through debris and incoming fire, pushing the ship to its limits. Behind them, the medical facility erupted in a series of explosions, its neutrality violated by the Syndicate's ruthless attack. "Multiple hostiles on R6. Daphne reported, her voice tense. Paul gritted his teeth, throwing the ship into a series of evasive maneuvers. "Hang on," he warned as he cut power to the engines, allowing their momentum to carry them through a tight cluster of asteroids. The pursuing Syndicate fighters, unable to match the maneuver, scattered to avoid collision. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Paul plotted a series of rapid hyperspace jumps. "This should throw off their tracking," he muttered, more to himself than the others. As they emerged from their final jump, a massive asteroid field loomed before them. Paul's eyes narrowed as he recognized the formation. "The Boneyard," he breathed. "It's our best chance to lose them." Without waiting for agreement, Paul plunged the ship into the treacherous maze of spinning rocks and frozen debris. The ship groaned under the strain as he threaded it through impossibly narrow gaps, relying on instinct as much as skill. A proximity alarm blared, and Paul's heart sank as he saw a massive chunk of rock spinning directly into their path. There was no time to change course. "Brace for impact," he shouted, cutting power to all non-essential systems and diverting energy to the forward shields. The collision sent them tumbling, alarms screaming as the ship's system struggled to compensate. Paul fought with the controls, his muscles straining as he tried to stabilize their trajectory. "We've lost the port engine," Zexlar reported, his tentacles a blur of motion across the engineering console. Paul's mind raced, searching for options. "There," he said, spotting a dark opening in a nearby asteroid. "It's an old mining outpost. We can take shelter and make repairs." With what little control he had left, Paul guided the damaged ship toward the abandoned facility. They touched down hard, skidding across the hangar floor before coming to a stop mere inches from the far wall. As the dust settled, Paul took stock of their situation. The ship was damaged but reparable. The injured syndicate officer had survived a rough landing, though she looked worse for wear, and they were, for the moment, hidden from their pursuers. "Zexlar, start on repairs," Paul ordered. "Daphne, help me get our guest to a more comfortable spot. Then we need to see if we can get this outpost systems online for some extra cover." As they exited the ship, the stale, thin air of the abandoned facility filled their lungs. Emergency lights flickered to life, casting long shadows across the empty hangar. Paul's hand instinctively went to his weapon as a distant clang echoed through the facility. "Stay alert," he warned. "We may not be alone here." With cautious steps, they made their way deeper into the outpost, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead in the aging facility's maze-like corridors. As they rounded a corner, Paul held up a hand, signaling the group to stop. He pressed his ear against a rusted metal door, listening intently. "I think I hear something," he whispered. "Machinery, maybe. This place might not be as abandoned as we thought." Daphne closed her eyes, reaching out with her empathic abilities. "I sense presence," she said, her brow furrowed. "But it's faint, unfocused. Not quite human." Paul nodded, his mind racing. "We need to investigate, but our priority is getting our ship repaired and our injured passenger stabilized. Zexlar, how long until we're space-worthy?" The alien's tentacles rippled in thought. "With the damage to the port engine, at least 6 hours, Captain." "All right," Paul decided. "Daphne and I will scout ahead. Zexlar, stay with the ship and our guest. Keep working on those repairs." As they ventured deeper into the facility, Paul and Daphne's enhanced senses, courtesy of Dr. Webb's combat stims, picked up every detail. The stale air carried faint metallic traces, and the emergency lights cast eerie shadows that seemed to dance at the edge of their vision. They emerged into a vast chamber filled with ancient mining equipment. Massive drills and conveyor belts stood silent, covered in a thick layer of dust. But one corner of the room hummed with activity. A makeshift computer terminal blinked with life, surrounded by scattered tools and data pads. "Someone's been here recently," Paul murmured, examining the setup. "And they were in a hurry." Daphne picked up a discarded data pad, her eyes widening as she scanned its contents. "Paul, look at this. It's a communique from Nexus Secundus. Whoever was here, they have syndicate connections." Paul's eyebrows furrowed. "We need to move up our timetable. If the syndicate knows about this place, it's not safe for long." They hurried back to the ship, sharing their discovery with Zexlar. The alien's tentacles worked furiously over the engine components as Paul laid out their new plan. "We'll launch as soon as repairs are complete," he said. "Set course for Sanctuary. We need to brief Commander Vargas and accelerate our preparations for the Nexus Secundus operation." Hours passed in a flurry of activity. Paul assisted with repairs while Daphne tended to their injured defector, using her empathic abilities to ease the woman's pain. As Zexlar made the final adjustments to the engines, a low rumble echoed through the asteroid. Multiple ships entering the boneyard, Zexlar reported, his eye stalk swiveling towards the sensor readouts. Syndicate energy signatures detected. Paul's hand instinctively went to his weapon. How long until we can launch? 3 minutes, Captain. Make it 2, Paul ordered, rushing to the cockpit. The ship shuddered to life as Paul fired up the engines. Daphne slid into the co-pilot seat, her fingers dancing over the controls. Hangar doors are jammed, she reported. We'll have to blast our way out. Paul gritted his teeth. So much for a stealthy exit. Everyone hold on. He pushed the throttle forward, and the ship surged towards the closed hangar doors. At the last second, Paul fired the forward cannons. The doors exploded outward in a shower of debris and frozen gases, and they burst into open space. Alarms blared as Syndicate fighters immediately locked onto their position. Paul's enhanced reflexes kicked in as he wove through the asteroid field, pushing their damaged ship to its limits. Daphne, get on the guns, he called out. Zexlar, I need every bit of power you can give me to the engines and shields. The ship shuddered under enemy fire as Daphne returned volley, her shots precise and devastating. 2 Syndicate fighters erupted into fireballs, their wreckage adding to the treacherous field of debris. Paul's mind raced, calculating trajectories and escape vectors. Preparing for a hyperspace jump, he announced. It's going to be tight. As they cleared the edge of the boneyard, Paul punched the hyperdrive. The stars stretched into lines, and they leapt into the safety of hyperspace, mere seconds before a barrage of Syndicate torpedoes reached their position. The tension in the cockpit eased slightly as the immediate danger passed. Paul let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Good work, everyone, but we're not out of this yet. Zexlar, what's our status? Port engine is holding, Captain, but we've sustained additional damage to our aft shields and life support systems. We have enough power for one more jump before we need to make repairs. Paul nodded grimly. Plot a course to these coordinates, he said, inputting a series of numbers. It's an old resistance cache. We can resupply and finish repairs there before heading to Sanctuary. As Zexlar worked on their new course, Daphne turned to Paul. That was too close, she said softly. The Syndicate is getting better at tracking us. We need to accelerate our plans. Paul's expression hardened. Agreed. As soon as we reach Sanctuary, we'll push for immediate launch of the Nexus Secundus operation. We can't afford to wait any longer. The ship dropped out of hyperspace near a nondescript asteroid. As they approached, a hidden hangar bay shimmered into view. Paul guided the ship inside, setting it down gently on the landing pad. All right, team, he said as they disembarked. We have work to do. Zexlar, focus on repairing our damage. Daphne, see what supplies we can scavenge here. I'll check in with Sanctuary and update them on our situation. As Paul made his way to the communication array, his mind was already racing with plans for their next move. The Syndicate was closing in, and time was running out. The assault on Nexus Secundus would be their most dangerous mission yet, but also their best chance to strike at the heart of the Syndicate's power. He activated the long-range communicator, his fingers tapping out an encrypted message to Commander Vargas. Prepare for our arrival, he transmitted. Operation Nexus Secundus is a go. Go. Paul's fingers flew over the console, encrypting the message before sending it off into the depths of space. As he turned back to his team, the gravity of their situation settled over him. They had escaped the Syndicate's pursuit for now, but their next mission would take them straight into the heart of enemy territory. The assault on Nexus Secundus loomed before them, a daunting challenge that would test their skills and willpower to the limit. Message sent. Paul announced, rejoining Daphne and Zexlar in the main bay of the Resistance cache. Commander Vargas will be expecting us. How are we looking on repairs and supplies? Zexlar's tentacles rippled with a mix of concern and perseverance. The port engine is stabilized, but our aft shields are still at 60% capacity. I've managed to restore full functionality to life support systems. Daphne chimed in, her arms full of scavenged equipment. I've found some replacement parts and extra ammunition. It's not much, but it should help. Paul nodded, his mind already racing through potential scenarios. Good work, both of you. Let's finish up here and get back in the air. We need to reach Sanctuary as soon as possible. As they worked to integrate the new supplies and complete the final repairs, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The Syndicate's net was closing in, and every moment they delayed increased the risk of discovery. Finally, after what felt like hours of tense preparation, they were ready to depart. Paul took his place in the pilot's seat, running through the pre-flight checklist with practiced efficiency. The ship hummed to life around them, systems coming online one by one. "Strap in," Paul called out. "This might be a bumpy ride." They lifted off from the asteroid, the hidden hangar bay disappearing behind them as they accelerated into open space. Paul plotted a series of complex jump coordinates, hoping to throw off any potential pursuit. As they prepared for their first hyperspace jump, alarms suddenly blared through the cockpit. Daphne's hands flew across the sensor array. Multiple Syndicate signatures detected. They must have tracked us from the boneyard. Paul's lips pursed as he pushed the engines to their limit. "Hand on," he shouted, throwing the ship into a series of evasive maneuvers. Energy blasts from the pursuing Syndicate vessels streaked past their viewport, uncomfortably close. With a final burst of speed, Paul activated the hyperdrive. The stars stretched into lines, and they plunged into the safety of hyperspace mere seconds before the Syndicate ships could close the gap. The tension in the cockpit eased slightly, but Paul knew they weren't out of danger yet. They would need to make several more jumps before they could be certain they had lost their pursuers. Hours passed in a blur of hyperspace jumps and tense moments of real space travel. Paul pushed himself to the limit, relying on his enhanced reflexes and piloting skills to stay one step ahead of the Syndicate. Finally, as they emerged from their last jump, the familiar silhouette of Sanctuary Station appeared before them. Paul let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. They had made it. As they approached the hidden resistance base, Paul opened a secure channel. "Sanctuary Control. This is Captain Paul Rennick requesting emergency docking clearance. Authorization code, Omega 73 Tango." There was a moment of static before a response came through. "Clearance granted, Captain Rennick. Proceed to Docking Bay 4. Commander Vargas is waiting for you." They touched down in the designated bay, the ship systems powering down around them. As Paul stood from the pilot's seat, he could feel the weight of their next mission settling on his shoulders. "All right, team," he said, turning to Daphne and Zexlar. "Let's not keep the commander waiting. It's time to plan our assault on Nexus Secundus." As they disembarked, Paul's mind was already racing with strategies and contingencies. The Syndicate's stronghold would be heavily defended, but they had to find a way in. The fate of countless lives and the future of the Resistance hung in the balance. They made their way through Sanctuary's winding corridors, the air thick with tension and anticipation. When they reached the command center, they found Commander Vargas hunched over a holographic display of Nexus Secundus. The commander looked up as they entered, her eyes sharp and focused. "Captain Rennick, good to see you made it. We don't have much time. The intel you brought us has opened a narrow window of opportunity, but we need to move fast." Paul nodded, stepping up to the display. "What's our insertion point?" As Commander Vargas began to outline their approach, Paul felt a mix of adrenaline and apprehension coursing through him. This would be their most dangerous mission yet, but also their best chance to strike at the heart of the Syndicate's power. The room filled with the sounds of tactical discussions and equipment preparations. Maps were studied, Weapons were checked, and last-minute adjustments were made to their combat stims. Through it all, Paul couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to change. Hours later, as they prepared to board their infiltration vessel, Paul took a moment to address his team. "I won't lie to you," he said, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "This mission is high risk. We're going up against the best the Syndicate has to offer, in the heart of their territory. But if we succeed, we'll deal a blow they may never recover from." He looked each of his team members in the eye, seeing commitment reflected back at him. "Let's show them what we're made of." With that, they boarded their ship and began the journey to Nexus Secundus. As the Resistance base faded into the distance behind them, Paul steeled himself for the challenges ahead. Whatever awaited them in the Syndicate stronghold, he knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same after this mission. As their ship approached Nexus Secundus, Paul's grip tightened on the controls. The Syndicate stronghold loomed before them, a massive space station dripping with defenses and surrounded by a swarm of patrol ships. "All systems ready," Daphne reported from the co-pilot seat. "Stealth systems engaged." Paul nodded, guiding their vessel through a gap in the patrol pattern. They had studied the station's defenses for weeks, looking for any weakness they could exploit. Their target was an ancient alien outpost hidden deep within the station's lower levels, rumored to house powerful technology that could turn the tide against the Syndicate. As they approached the station's outer hull, Zexlar's voice crackled over the comm. "I've located a maintenance hatch. Transmitting coordinates now." Paul maneuvered the ship towards the designated point, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to dodge the occasional sensor sweep. With practiced precision, he aligned their airlock with the maintenance hatch. "We're in," Paul announced as the docking clamps engaged. "Daphne, Zexlar, gear up. We move fast and quiet." The team donned their combat suits and checked their weapons one last time. Paul led the way into the station, his senses on high alert for any sign of detection. They moved swiftly through dimly lit maintenance tunnels, relying on Zexlar's knowledge of Syndicate architecture to navigate the labyrinth. After what felt like hours of tense progress, they reached a heavily fortified door. "This is it," Zexlar whispered, his eye stalks swiveling to scan for threats. "The alien outpost should be just beyond this point." Paul nodded to Daphne, who stepped forward and placed her hand on the door's control panel. Her eyes closed in concentration as she used her empathic abilities to interface with the station systems. After a moment, the door slid open with a soft hiss. They entered a vast chamber unlike anything they had seen before. Ancient alien technology lined the walls, pulsing with a faint, otherworldly energy. At the center of the room stood a towering structure that seemed to defy the laws of physics. "Incredible," Zexlar breathed, his tentacles quivering with excitement. "This technology is far beyond even the Syndicate's capabilities." Paul approached the central structure, his eyes scanning for anything that might help them in their fight against the Syndicate. As he neared it, the alien technology suddenly flared to life, bathing the room in a soft blue glow. "What did you do?" Daphne asked, her voice a mix of awe and concern. "Nothing," Paul replied, equally surprised. "It just activated." Before they could react further, the alien technology began to interface with their equipment. Streams of data flowed between their stolen Syndicate intel and the ancient systems. "It's accessing our files on the Syndicate's neural control technology," Zexlar reported, his eye stalks fixed on a holographic display that had materialized before him. Suddenly, a powerful energy surge emanated from the central structure. The entire station shuddered, and alarms began blaring throughout the complex. "We've been detected," Paul shouted over the noise. "Prepare for incoming hostiles." As if on cue, the sound of approaching Syndicate troops echoed through the corridors. Paul and his team took up defensive positions, using the alien technology as cover. Whatever that energy surge was, It cut through the Syndicate's communication jamming, Daphne reported, her eyes unfocused as she concentrated on distant transmissions. I'm picking up resistance chatter. Paul, it's Commander Vargas. They received our signal and pinpointed our location. Paul's heart raced with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Help was coming, but they needed to hold out until it arrived. The first wave of Syndicate troops burst into the chamber, energy weapons blazing. Paul returned fire, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to take down multiple enemies with precision shots. Daphne used her empathic abilities to confuse and disorient the attackers, while Zexlar's tentacles manipulated alien tech to create energy barriers. As they fought off the Syndicate assault, the station rocked with explosions. Through the chamber's viewports, they could see flashes of weapons fire in space. The Resistance fleet is engaging the Syndicate forces. Daphne called out between bursts of gunfire. Paul's mind raced, searching for a way to turn the tide of battle. His eyes fell on the central alien structure, still pulsing with energy. Zexlar, he shouted over the chaos, can you interface with that alien tech? See if we can use it to our advantage. The alien scientist nodded, his tentacles already reaching for the control surfaces. As Zexlar worked, Paul and Daphne redoubled their efforts to hold off the Syndicate troops. Suddenly, the alien technology surged with power. A massive holographic display filled the chamber, showing real-time footage of the space battle outside and data streams from across the galaxy. I've done it! Zexlar exclaimed. We have control of the station's communication systems. We can broadcast on all frequencies, cut through any jamming or encryption. Paul's eyes widened as he realized the opportunity before them. Daphne, prepare a message. We're going to show the entire galaxy the truth about the Syndicate. As Daphne worked to compile their evidence of Syndicate atrocities and neural control technology, Paul and Zexlar held the line against the intensifying Syndicate assault. The chamber shook with the force of nearby explosions, and Paul knew their time was running short. They needed to act now. Ready? Daphne announced, her hand poised over the broadcast controls. Paul took a deep breath, knowing that what they were about to do would change the course of the war and the fate of countless beings across the galaxy. Do it, he ordered. Daphne activated the broadcast, and the truth about the Syndicate's crimes flooded every communication channel across known space. As the message spread, Paul and his team braced themselves for the Syndicate's desperate counterattack, knowing that the real battle for the future of the galaxy was only just beginning.
You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and for every comment that says 88, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.